and bankrupting our Treasury.
The president saying he wants to welcome immigrants, legal immigrants, to the United States. Interior Secretary Zinke says recovery from the destructive and deadly Northern California wildfire will likely end up costing billions of dollars. The death toll from the Camp Fire has now reached 88. On Wall Street this morning, Dow futures up 40 points, NASDAQ futures down 30. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of conservatives winning the war on issues like gun rights, religious liberty, immigration law, and the sanctity of life. We use our phones every single day, so why not use them to make change? Patriot Mobile does just that. They exist to donate a portion of your monthly bill to 17 conservative organizations fighting for your beliefs. And for the entire month of November, you can buy one line and get another line free for 12 months. Look, I just got a second phone from my studio, a journalist-only phone from Patriot Mobile. It makes everything easier, and I know when I pay the bill, a portion of that money is going to the Heritage Foundation and 16 other great conservative causes. I believe in Patriot Mobile. Switching to Patriot Mobile is easy. You can keep your number, get the same super reliable nationwide service, and feel good about funding the right agendas with every call you make. With unlimited plans starting as low as $20 per month, why wait? Visit them online at patriotmobile.com/you or call 1-800-A-PATRIOT. That's 1-800-272-8746. Patriot Mobile. Come join the family.
A Syrian man who spent more than 7 months living in an airport in Malaysia has now arrived in Canada, where he's been granted asylum.
Hassan Al-Khantor was working as an insurance manager in the United Arab Emirates when war broke out in his home country, Syria, in 2011. He feared returning home. He's a member of the Druze religious group targeted by extremists. He also believed he'd be forced to join the military. Mr. Al-Khantor lost his work permit in the UAE and eventually ended up stranded in Malaysia's main airport. After posting videos documenting his strange existence, Hassan Al-Khantor became an internet sensation. Eventually, a group of Canadian citizens came to his rescue, pooling together money to privately sponsor him as a refugee.
That's the BBC's Celia Hatton reporting. Again on Wall Street this morning, Dow futures looking up. Ahead 27 points. News and analysis at townhall.com. President Trump says the U.S. should launch a worldwide network to counter CNN overseas.
In his latest attack against CNN, the president says the cable news network has a powerful voice portraying the United States in an unfair and false way, and that something has to be done. On Twitter, he raises the possibility of the U.S. starting its own worldwide network as an alternative to CNN's international programming. That way, he says, we can show the world how great we really are. The U.S. government already operates Voice of America, which has a global reach of some 275 million people. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Ukraine State Security Service says its intelligence officers are among the crew on Ukrainian naval ships seized by Russia in a standoff near Crimea. The SBU agency says that the officers were fulfilling counterintelligence operations for the Ukrainian Navy. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Buchanan faces up to 5 years in prison when she is sentenced in February. Washington County Commissioners have appointed a new sheriff to replace current Sheriff Rick Silver, who retires at the end of December. Sergeant Scott Owen will fill the remaining 2 years of Silver's term in office. A man and a woman are accused of breaking into several cars parked at a Catoosa casino. Cedric Burleson and Lindsay Hogans are both arrested after a security guard at the Hard Rock Casino spotted the pair acting suspiciously in the parking lot. A proposed Norman City ordinance requiring all cats and dogs older than 6 months to be spayed or neutered could go to a vote.
The Canadian County Republican Party says they weren't surprised to have pushback on a first draft letter to lawmakers, now tweaked and finalized before they return to session. In their words, it's a conversation that needs to be had.
When it violates life, liberty, or property, I have to stand up as an elected official in the party and say our government is getting it wrong.
Andrew Lopez, speaking as chairman of the Canadian County Republican Party, the group behind this letter addressing issues like abortion, property tax, and educational funding. Its original draft stating in part, quote, a better pathway would be to abolish public education, which is not a proper role of government. That exact language no longer in its final version.
We charge property tax to the citizens, and if you do not pay, you lose your property. That means we have zero property rights. It means we're renters in the state of Oklahoma. And that's why we need to eliminate the property tax. Not saying that public education will go away, but we need to find a proper way to fund it if it shall exist.
Ways, he says, like endowments and sponsorships. The group also suggesting legislation would require school districts to direct at least 65% of their annual spend to the classroom.
Really, you need to take that in context and look big picture across the nation. There aren't states that are spending 65% in the classroom.
Sean Heim with the Oklahoma State School Boards Association says that ask is not just vague, but it's been brought up in the past.
It didn't get any traction nationally or in Oklahoma because it's an arbitrary number with no real definition. You have local school boards looking at what they need, and the idea of spending, quote, 65% or 60% or a number in the classroom means what are you going to eliminate?
In Oklahoma City, in a flashing object resembling a UFO, it's the Tod Tucker Show on 1640 The Eagle.
He's just made in America.
Hello, everybody. Tod Tucker here. Telephone number 405-608-4377, 405-608-4377. So glad you're with us today. Yeah, we're going to talk about Amazon packages. You remember the story last week before? I think it was last week. We were talking about how these Amazon drivers, or at least this one, was busted by a drone throwing packages out the truck and in the front yard. Man, isn't that wonderful? Isn't that great? Hey, I'm getting some nice china, and I'm looking forward to getting it from Amazon. Ordered it, got a great deal on it. Well, no wonder you got a great deal on it. It's broken. So we'll talk about that. People are getting kind of tired of that. Amazon not off to a great start there. Also, we've got some local stuff to talk about. And as you know, cyberbullying is a big problem. Bullying in general has always been a problem, but now it's becoming a bigger problem with cyberbullying.
But, Todd, you bully me every day. How are you setting a good example?
I brought you presents. You brought me presents today. I did not bully you. You have not bullied me. Now, we bully choking Chad over here all the time.
We do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Go have another cigarette, Chad. But yeah, no, I just, I don't understand. How can you be an Amazon delivery driver and just start tossing packages out the window, out the door?
It's a stressful job, man.
Okay, then don't take the job.
People need money. In the Trump economy, you have to become a delivery driver to pay your family.
Oh, yeah, the Trump economy, that awful Trump economy.
In the Trump economy, you got to be a delivery driver.
That horrible Trump economy in which all these records are being set.
How else are you going to pay the fam, man?
Okay.
Deep breath, buddy.
I'm trying. Definitely, I'm trying. We've got the Adventures of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Pretty good, eh?
Wow.
You like that? I try to get more creative each time.
Yeah.
Each time I do it. In fact, she's been called the dumbest person to ever run for politics. And I think they're probably right. She is probably the dumbest person to ever run for politics.
Yeah, I'm sure they're
I don't know. I mean, Nancy Pelosi, that comes close, but no, there's nobody as dumb as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And, yesterday you were throwing a fit about the border and the fact that we were tear gassing people. Oh, those poor women and those poor children.
Quit gassing the kids.
Okay, well, then you needed to tell your president, Barack Hussein Bathhouse Barry Soetoro Obama, because he was sending pepper spray over and pepper spraying them.
At least he wasn't gassing them.
Well, when you're throwing rocks at the military of the United States, there will be consequences. And unfortunately, these cowards are using kids and women as human shields.
Do you know who else gassed families?
Yes, I do.
It was the Nazis. Todd.
Yes, I do.
It was the Nazis.
You can't compare the two.
But Todd, it's just such an easy reference to make to anything. President Trump got elected, you're Nazis.
I know. Barack Obama's the Antichrist.
You're Nazis.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you hear that? Barack Obama's the Antichrist. Hillary is actually the Wicked Witch from The Wizard of Oz.
You're Nazis.
Actually, she probably is the Wicked Witch from Hansel and Gretel. Have you guys ever, do you know who Hansel and Gretel are? Surely you do.
Are you implying that Hillary Clinton eats children?
I've heard a rumor, yeah.
I thought the children ate the witch in that one.
I think that's how it ends, but the original one
Donald Trump ate the witch in this one. In 2016.
And you elected that man? He ate a witch.
I did. I
you
elected
literally
that man.
Ate a witch.
I did, single-handedly. Donald Trump won the presidency because of me. Single-handedly. So hundreds of Oklahomans are fed up as that drone captured an Amazon delivery driver chucking packages in Newcastle. And this guy, John Askins, he says that we're finding packages all over the neighborhood. Several more Amazon customers chimed in on the story. It was shared more than 200 times with similar experiences. So one customer recorded a video and said, so I got a delivery from Amazon. I come out here on my porch to look for it, and this is where Amazon decides to leave my money. A Moore resident shared another video after her security camera captured her neighbor's delivery getting rolled out of a moving Amazon van. The driver never stopped, just rolled the package out.
Just chuck it and run.
The customer posted delivery message read, your package was delivered. It was handed directly to a resident. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. While Amazon declined an on-camera interview, a spokesman said they have high standards for all carrier partners and expect packages to be handled with care. Well, if that's the case, you probably have some house cleaning to do.
They probably don't have a job no mo.
And then there are people making their comments. I earn $17,000 every month by working at home. Don't you love those comments that come on stories? You too can earn $135,000 just by getting on your computer at home.
Do you want to make it? How do they go? It's like, do you want to make $400 a day just by sitting at your computer?
Yeah.
Listen to this stay-at-home housewife tell you how she did it.
If that were the case, then there would be no need for politics because everybody would have money, right?
That's real clickbait there, Mr. Tucker. You could get this now for the low price of $100. Like, if you got to spend money to get a job like that, then it's usually not worth it.
Have you ever noticed? And by the way, our Facebook question today is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez the dumbest politician to be elected to office? In fact, we won't say ever. We'll just say in the 21st century, which gives us like 18 years, almost 19 years. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we can do that. Enid police are warning of an attempted child abduction. And we'll tll you about that. They're investigating after 2 reports of attempted child abductions in recent weeks. According to the report on Monday, November 26th, that was yesterday, a mother called police after her 8-year-old son was approached by a driver on his way home from Hoover Elementary School. The boy said a man stopped him in the 2600 block of West Broadway in Enid, offering him candy to get into his truck. Oh, the candy man is coming back. When the boy refused, the driver took off toward McKinley, north of Randolph. Enid police says the suspect is described as a male with tan skin and approximately in his early to mid-40s. He was driving a possibly maroon single cab truck. The teen told police the suspect was asking her questions because now we have another incident in which a girl was approached at a Dollar General store on South Oakwood in Enid. And she described the suspect as a Hispanic male, 5'7", weighing about 200 pounds, looked to be in his 30s or early 40s, and he was driving a maroon 1990 Chevy pickup. So that sounds like they're a little related there. If you have any information, please call Crime Stoppers at 580-233-6233, 580-233-6233, or the Enid Police Office, Enid Police Department at 580-242-7000, 580-242-7000. As it looks like the Candyman is striking again. You know, we were talking about stranger danger. Because remember, we were always warned as kids, stay away. If somebody drives up in a white van or a vehicle and says, come look at this puppy, or hey, you want some candy or whatever, or we're supposed to take off, right? Well, then it became clear that we had to protect our children from cyber perverts. And so now it looks like the Candyman is back. Interesting.
No bueno. No es bueno.
It's 16 after 6 here on the Tod Tucker Show. Frosty the Snowflake and Choking Chad with me. And don't forget, today coming up, we've got Senator Rob Stanridge. We're going to talk about cyberbullying. And also, Mayor David Holt is going to be on the show Thursday at 8 o'clock.
Exciting.
Thursday, 8 o'clock right here on the show. We've got a medium coming in tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
A medium as opposed to an XL. We'll be back right after this.
Hello, yo! Are you looking for a veteran-owned and operated company on a mission to provide affordable quality firearms gear and training? Well, we've got some friends and fellow warriors over at artillerynation.com that can get you and your troops squared away today. Check them out on Facebook at Artillery Nation LLC or visit artillerynation.com to check out their custom Cerakote projects, firearms training, and t-shirts to show your support for veterans everywhere. Semper.
Is your kitchen looking sad these days? Are you tired of looking at that old, dated bathroom? From rooftops to those unsightly holes in the walls, Complete Contracting has got you covered. Call 405-676-0595 today to schedule an estimate. Once again, that number is 405-676-0595. And remember, Complete Contracting has the contracting expertise for all your renovation and repair needs.
Hey, it's Tod Tucker, along with Frosty the Snowflake and Choking Chad. The Tod Tucker Show is on.
That was a bad one.
Got to cut down on those cigarettes. Seriously, dude. It's getting worse. You're going to end up with COPD or something.
COPD?
Mm-hmm. The Copta.
Copta?
By the way, could you get me a Coke, please?
I'll get right on that.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
The Coke that goes in the refrigerator, that kind, okay? Just making sure you understand. So the migrant caravan, they're at Tijuana, and they're causing all kinds of trouble, Tijuana. Yeah.
Tijuana.
That is a huge tourist destination place because people go to San Diego, and then they go down into Tijuana, and they like to party and shop because you can get so many great deals down in Mexico.
So many deals.
So many beggars down there, too.
So many pesos.
But you can get so many deals down in Mexico. We used to go to Laredo, Nuevo Laredo, when I was a kid, back before it was too dangerous to go there. And so we've got these migrants that are there that have come from Central America, and the people from Tijuana, the people from Mexico don't want them. They're like, what the heck are we going to do with these people? So they want them gone. They're tossing bottles and rocks and all sorts of contraptions over at U.S. Border Patrol officials and members of our National Guard who are on standing there and guarding the border. And so what happens? Well, tear gas is shot because they're throwing things at our people, at our Border Patrol enforcement. It happens. Oh, but I was listening to a liberal montage last night of people. It's like those children. We're gassing children. We're gassing mothers and children.
We are. That's a fact.
And then stay the hell in your own country.
Okay. I mean, technically they are in their own country.
Don't throw rocks. No, they're not, because they're from Central America. They're not even in their own country.
Well, they're not in our country.
Well, but they're throwing things at people in our country. If you throw something at a member of the U.S. military when they're on assignment, you're going to end up getting tear gassed or something else. Imagine going out somewhere and you're a mother and you've got kids and all this kind of stuff, and you start throwing rocks and bottles at a police officer. What do you think the police officer is going to do? Oh, well, you've got kids with you, so you can get away with throwing stuff at me. Or they're going to say, get on the ground, spread them, and we're going to handcuff you and take you to jail, and your kids are going to Child Protective Services.
We shouldn't be gassing the kids.
We're not gassing kids. That is a fallacy. That is a liberal bunch of, as Archie Bunker on All in the Family used to say, crapola. It's exactly what it is. We're not gassing children. Are you kidding me? We're not gassing children.
We're gassing the kids, man. We're throwing tear gas at them. They're just little babies leaving for a better life and a new home.
The majority of the people on the border right now are not children, and they're not women. They are men. They are gang members. They're part of MS-13. Some of them are coming from the Middle East. Some of them are coming from Honduras, Guatemala, Venezuela. Oh, Venezuela is such a great place. Everybody wants to leave there now. So, yeah, I mean, you attack our military, the military is going to attack back. You know, there are some sad instances in war. I talked to a soldier one time who has PTSD. He'll never get over the fact that he was driving in a caravan and one of those yabba-dabba-doos down there in Afghanistan or Iraq or somewhere, yabba-dabba-doo, ramadama-ding-dong, threw an infant child in front of his Humvee. They have no value for life. They're using children. They use women. They use children to get whatever they want. It's a means to an end. So, if you don't want this to happen, then they need to turn around and go back, and they need to apply for asylum. If they're really in bad shape, do you think the United States of America is not going to find a way to help them to expedite some sort of asylum in the United States if they are really in danger? You don't think they're going to do that? Absolutely they will. That's the kind of country we are. But we're also the kind of country that has borders that we enforce. And we're not gassing children. We're not gassing women. We're gassing people that are throwing things at our U.S. military and our Border Patrol agents. Period. Now, our Facebook poll today. Who is the dumbest politician to be elected? Well, there are plenty of really dumb people who have been elected to public office. We all know that. But there's nothing like this Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And here's just, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm here all week. Here's just one example.
Now, the economy is going pretty strong, right? There's roughly 4% unemployment, 3.9% unemployment. Do you think that capitalism has failed to deliver for working class Americans, or is no longer the best vehicle for working class Americans?
Well, I think the numbers that you just talked about is part of the problem, right? Because we look at these figures and we say, oh, unemployment is low, everything is fine, right? Well, unemployment is low because everyone has 2 jobs. Unemployment is low because people are working 60, 70, 80 hours a week and can barely feed their kids.
How many hours a week are you working, Alexandria? How many jobs have you held?
Hey, she's working real hard. She used to be a server. That's a tough job.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, that gets you into the real world. I mean, I'll grant her that. That's not an easy job.
I'm going to say I respect our server.
She's still the dumbest person to ever be elected to the United States Congress. And that says a lot because we've elected some real dummies. Some real dummies. Let's roll that one more time.
You want to do it again?
Yeah. I want to roll it one more time just so that people can understand that she sounds like this one time at band camp. Yeah.
Do you know the actual quote to what that is?
Yes, I absolutely do. Yeah, that's why I don't continue.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Now the economy is going pretty strong, right? There's roughly 4% unemployment, 3.9% unemployment. Do you think that capitalism has failed to deliver for working class Americans, or is no longer the best vehicle for working class Americans?
Well, I think the numbers that you just talked about is part of the problem, right? Because we look at these figures and we say, oh, unemployment is low, everything is fine, right? Well, unemployment is low because everyone has 2 jobs. Unemployment is low because people are working 60, 70, 80 hours a week and can barely feed their kids.
You dumb, stupid, ignorant woman. You are dumb. You're ignorant. People are not working 2 jobs now.
Yeah, there are plenty that still are.
Sure. Okay.
Just because
she is living back in La Land, back in the Obama administration days. That's exactly what she's doing.
Hey, I've worked 2 jobs for a very long time.
I get it. But my point is, people are not overwhelmingly working 2 jobs and barely making it. I'm sorry, that is not the case. The economy has gotten much better under President Trump than anybody else in recent history. And I've been waiting for you to bring up the General Motors thing. Because General Motors is closing some plants.
I was waiting on you to bring it up, but yeah, Trump economy, GM's closing some plants.
Okay, well, here's the deal. Nobody's buying the Chevy Cruze. Nobody's buying the Chevy Impala. So what do? You cease production on the Chevy Cruze and on the Impala. That's what you do. And there are certain, like Oklahoma City used to be, we had a GM plant here. They ceased production on what was being built here. Therefore, the plant closed. It happens. They're also, you didn't mention the fact that they're also looking to relocate a lot of these people to other plants around the country. GM's not going out of business. They're trying to drive up their profit margin like any business person would do or any smart company would do. If something's not selling, if more people are buying SUVs and trucks now, then why wouldn't you build more SUVs and trucks and cease production on things you're not selling? Why would you continue to make the Chevy Cruze and the Chevy Impala if, in fact, they're not selling? They're sitting on the lot. Waste of money, waste of resources, waste of time.
But Todd, I want to be a Bala. Shot caller, 20-inch blades on the Impala.
Well, the Impala will live on. It'll just not be a brand new Impala anymore. Okay.
The Impala will live on. Its memory will stay with us for years
forever
to come.
and ever and ever through songs.
As long as you keep the Impala in your heart.
Thanks to Lil Troy, we will always have a song that talks about being a Bala in a Chevy Impala.
Of course you know who made that song.
Of course I do. Funny. Why wouldn't I know who did the song? Tod Tucker is on 1640 The Eagle. We're broadcasting live worldwide. We're back right after this.
Is your kitchen looking sad these days? Are you tired of looking at that old, dated bathroom? From rooftops to those unsightly holes in the walls, Complete Contracting has got you covered. Call 405-676-0595 today to schedule an estimate. Once again, that number is 405-676-0595. And remember, Complete Contracting has the contracting expertise for all your renovation and repair needs.
Hello, yo! Are you looking for a veteran-owned and operated company on a mission to provide affordable quality firearms gear and training? Well, we've got some friends and fellow warriors over at artillerynation.com that can get you and your troops squared away today. Check them out on Facebook at Artillery Nation LLC or visit artillerynation.com to check out their custom Cerakote projects, firearms training, and t-shirts to show your support for veterans everywhere. Simple.
Fall is here and our entire inventory is priced to sell. The 2018 Super Duty 4x4 Crew Cab Diesel starting at $47,995 plus DOC with Ford credit. Also, the new 2018 Escape S, $3,500 off MSRP and 0% financing for 72 months with approved credit. And as always, free Ishans chicken with any test drive. Located just 10.2 miles outside of Oklahoma City, straight up Northwest Expressway. MaterFord.com, spelled just like the state of Maine with an R on the end.
What's in store this holiday at your local Staples?
Giving and receiving.
And receiving some more.
This year, give the job of printing your holiday cards to Staples, and you'll receive big savings.
And this week only, get 40% off custom holiday cards and invitations at Staples. Plus, when you spend $50 on custom printing, you'll receive a $15 print coupon.
So, happy holiday to you.
Staples. There's a whole lot in store this holiday.
Valid 11/22 to 12/1/18. Exclusions apply. In-store only. See associate for details.
The wait is finally over. Dell's biggest Cyber Week ever is on. Save big on Cyber Week deals, plus get free shipping on everything. With massive deals on Dell computers with 8th Gen Intel Core processors, the hottest gaming gear, and top brand electronics like Google Smart Home, it's a sale you won't want to miss. Just call 800-BY-DELL or visit Dell.com/CyberWeek. Call 800-BY-DELL for more Cyber Week deals.
I'm a veteran. We hit a mine in Vietnam. When I came home, I didn't know where to turn.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
My victory's been never giving up hope. My wife is always there to remind me we have a life to live.
DAV provides a lifetime of support, helping veterans of every generation get the benefits they've earned.
I am a veteran, but after I got out, I spent 2 years alone and homeless.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans so they can reach victories great and small.
My victory was finding the support to get back on my feet. Now I'm getting things right with my family.
I finally admitted, with my PTSD, I wasn't doing well.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
I wish I'd found DAV sooner.
Help support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
No more Impala. GM has decided to stop production of the Impala.
Oh, hang on a second. Hang on.
There you go.
Better way.
Thank you.
Better way, yeah.
Well, Troy did the song. Apparently, it's a combination of Choking Chad and Frosty the Snowflake.
Hey, it's a great song.
Why do you keep sniffing?
No reason.
All right. Well, so what do you do if you can't win the United States Senate and you're a Democrat? You run for president of the United States. That's what you do.
Is that how it works?
Beto, Beto.
I got that
Guido.
email. I got that email this morning.
Oh, see, so now you're back to the Beto mailing list.
They sent me an email this morning.
This guy's name is Robert Francis O'Rourke, and he goes by Beto. He's as Hispanic as I am, and as Native American as Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren, and a former aide to President Barack Hussein. Bathhouse Barry Satoru Obama is singing the praises of Beto O'Rourke, who lost his Senate bid to Republican Ted Cruz. Dan Pfeiffer, who is Obama's communications director, wrote an essay on the Crooked website on Monday saying that O'Rourke has something even the $70 million raised for his campaign can't buy. They say, and I quote, any smart campaign with competent staff can build a top-flight organization, but enthusiasm is not something that can be engineered in a lab. It's spontaneous, and only a few candidates are able to inspire it. Enthusiasm means more volunteers, more first-time voters, and more grassroots donations. I've never seen a Senate candidate, including Obama in 2004, inspire the sort of enthusiasm that Beto did in his race. While also giving a nod to other talented Democrats, man, he is absolutely 100% in the tank for Beto. And to say that Beto is as inspiring as Barack Obama, to me, that's racist. That's racist. Barack Obama is black, don't you know? So to say that somebody was more inspiring than Barack Obama, you're a racist. Dan Pfeiffer, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You worked for Bathhouse Barry Obama, and here you are talking about how Beto's more inspiring. You're a racist. Every time somebody says something like that, they're going to be a racist.
I mean, but what if they are?
Maybe. That was a racist comment. I'm just telling you, racist. So, Beto O'Rourke. Not only spent as a congressman in Texas for 5 minutes, and they're wanting him to run for president. They're desperate. The Democratic Party is desperate to find somebody who can come in and motivate voters the way that Donald Trump does. Donald Trump, whether you like him or whether you don't, he brings out emotion in people. And sometimes when people don't like you, they will still vote for you because they like what you're doing. They may not like your tweets. They may not like everything you say. They may not like the fact that you've got that New York personality, especially being from Brooklyn. I believe he's from Brooklyn, Queens, Brooklyn. I believe it's Brooklyn. But either way, neither here nor there. There are people that vote for Donald Trump because of what Donald Trump is doing with America and doing to help America, and they may not like him personally. But the Democrats are desperate to find somebody, anybody, even if it's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And don't kid yourself. They might just run her. That would be an erotic dream to a Republican. That would be Donald Trump's erotic dream to have Cortez run against him. I'm just saying. Why in the hello would you want to elect Beto O'Rourke as president of the United States?
He's just such a genuine guy.
Why not find what's genuine about him? He was stealing money. His campaign was stealing money to take care of illegals. What is so honorable about that?
I honestly can't stand the guy.
And he's flooding your inbox. You need to opt out.
But what if I miss something important?
There's nothing that's going to be important. That's going to come from the...
Those are officially work emails now.
From the Beto, Schmedo campaign. But why not... I want to go back here for just a second. Do you know with General Motors going out of... with closing some plants and everything... There was a man who said 6 years ago that he would buy a Chevy Volt. Now, Chevy Volts aren't selling exactly either, and they'll probably cease production on those if it's not on the list already.
Because Teslas are the best.
Okay, but 6 years ago, this person, and we're going to play who said this. 6 years ago, this person said, I promise I'm going to buy a Chevy Volt. Who said this? Frosty, you get the first guess. Who said, I promise I'm going to... Don't look it up. Don't Google it.
Oh, no, I'm fixing something.
Okay.
I made our Facebook post for us, and I said the dumbest politician in the 20th century. And I'm like, oh, wait, it's 21st.
21st, yeah. Okay, who said it? Okay. Choking Chad?
What is Elmo?
No. It would be Barack Hussein Satoru Obama. I don't think he's bought that Chevy Volt. That's been 6 years ago.
Probably not.
No. But he promised he would. Does he not keep promises? Oh, Frosty, your man's not keeping promises that he made to the American people.
Oh, no.
Now General Motors is going out of business. They're closing plants because Barack Hussein Satoru Obama decided that he would not buy a Chevy Volt after telling people that he would. Yeah, I'm always, the Democratic Party never ceases to amaze me. And the identity politics, it's all about identity. I identify as this, or I am this, or I am woman, hear me roar. I deserve to be president because I am a woman. I deserve to be president because I'm black. I deserve to be president because I'm yellow. The identity politics is absolutely unbelievable in the Democratic Party. What we need to do is we need to take a look at candidates and their substance. And the Democrats have got to have some people that have substance that are not off the left rail. They've got to have some people that at least meet in the middle. They could work well with Republicans in Congress. Now, I believe Donald Trump is going to be reelected in 2020. I think that's a done deal. I don't think there's any ifs, ands, or buts about it, but we're talking about 2024 and beyond. If the Democrats want to recapture the White House, they're going to have to find some people that people want to vote for, and not just the flavor of the week like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the dumbest politician.
I know. He puts a lot in that.
Of the 21st century. So, and Beto. I mean, is Beto the best they could come up with? They've got governors. I mean, Frosty, they've got governors. They've had some fairly conservative, moderate Democrat governors that could run for president who have been have been in the executive branch of their state. They understand exactly how the presidency works because they've been governors. Why in the heck aren't we floating their names? Why is it always some celebrity? And the latest thing I heard is they want an Oprah Michelle Obama ticket. Somebody said, well, that'd be kind of interesting to have two African-American women. I'm like, nope. It would not be two African-American women. It would be one African-American woman and an African-American transgender.
Stop. It doesn't. That's not.
Michael Obama. Michael. Yeah, because that is, there's no question about that. Everybody knows that Michelle Obama is a transgender person.
Everyone knows.
I'm surprised you're not calling me Alex Jones right now.
Yeah, that one's nothing new. You've been saying that one for years.
Big bulge, man hands. You do the math. I mean, she makes Barack Obama look small. 6:45 here at the Eagle. The Tod Tucker Show is on. Don't forget Senator Rob Stanbridge coming in. We're going to talk about cyberbullying. That is a big project that he's taken on and something we definitely want to be a part of. Also, Andrew Lopez, who is the chair of the Canadian County Republican Party. And Frosty always gets it confused, doesn't know what county he's from. But Andrew Lopez is coming in as well, and we're going to talk about a powerful letter that he wrote. That's all coming up today. Don't forget tomorrow, we've got a medium coming in. We're going to bring up all of Frosty's dead relatives.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Spooky.
And Thursday morning, Mayor David Holt in at 8:30 here on the Tod Tucker Show. We're back right after this on the Eagle.
I'm also, obviously, really interested in the direction that this country takes. Want to be as effective as I can in making sure that it goes in a positive direction. What form that takes, whether it involves running for office again, whether there's something that I can do as just a citizen, I don't know. We haven't really been able to get our heads around that. Amy and I made a decision not to rule anything out and just to be open. The best advice that I've received from people who've run for and won and run for and lost elections like this is don't make any decisions about anything until you've had some time to hang with your family and just be human.
Is your kitchen looking sad these days? Are you tired of looking at that old, dated bathroom? From rooftops to those unsightly holes in the walls, Complete Contracting has got you covered. Call 405-676-0595 today to schedule an estimate. Once again, that number is 405-676-0595. And remember, Complete Contracting has the contracting expertise for all your renovation and repair needs.
Tod Tucker here. Telephone number
405-608-4377.
608-4377. 405-608-4377. Welcome back on 1640 The Eagle. People are asking, how do we pick you up on The Eagle? You can do it on 1640. You can do it on the app. Yeah, we've got an app that you can download in Google Play and also the iTunes Store.
You can go to our Facebook page at 1640
and
The
you can
Eagle.
watch us live.
Or you can go there and hit use app.
That's true.
There's
You
a
can do
use
that.
app button.
There is. And we're on TuneIn Radio as well. So there are plenty of places to pick us up.
All over the gaff.
And we appreciate you being here with us today. As I mentioned earlier, coming up, Senator Rob Standridge, we're going to be talking about cyberbullying. Big problem, cyberbullying. And I got to ask you guys something.
Uh-oh.
Do you think that cyberbullying is a huge problem in the year almost 2019? And how many people do you think, how many kids do you think harm themselves because of cyberbullying? Or how many kids do you think just stay inside and just become reclusive because of cyberbullying?
I couldn't quote you any kind of statistic, but I'm sure it's an issue. Like, I don't know how widespread and how much of an epidemic it is on today's youth, but I'm sure it's an issue.
When I was a kid, you would fight it out on the playground with your fist, and everybody would talk smack, and the smack talking would go on, and people would fight, and it would be done and over with. Now, because of pictures and because of Facebook and because of Instagram and because of Snapchat and all these different platforms, now you do one thing that can be captured on some sort of picture, and it's going to be sent out to the entire school. It can happen. Or you can decide you don't like somebody and just start attacking them on social media like crazy and ruining their lives that way. At least if you were bullied in school when I was a kid, you were able to escape it when you'd get home. Now, when you get home is when you feel it the most, because that's when people have keyboard courage. There are a lot of people that have keyboard courage. You know what that is, right? That's where people,
the internet ninjas,
are more likely to talk smack. That's where the trolls come out.
The keyboard ninjas. I will say there is a great influx of very vicious trolls than there have been in the last few years, I feel like.
You feel like there are adult trolls too?
Oh, that's most of the trolls.
Mm-hmm.
But back in, like I always say, back in my day, you just hang out with them on Xbox 360 while you're playing Halo 3.
Mm-hmm.
And that was where all the trolls were. That's where you hear every slang you could think of and every slur under the sun. But now, I don't know, it's moved on to Facebook, and now they're just everywhere. I don't know. I almost feel like it's only a select few amount of people, but they try really, really hard.
For example, sometimes I'll start some kind of a discussion on my Facebook page. And before you know it, people are calling each other's names. It's not a conversation. It's not a discussion. It's you're an idiot, or this person's an idiot, or that person's an idiot. That happens quite often, actually. And so, cyberbullying is alive and well. Alive and well. And have you been cyberbullied ever, Choking Chad?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been cyberbullied, but I mean, it is a big thing, and like you said, it's hard to run away from. You can't really escape it.
Okay. How many packs of cigarettes do you smoke a day anyway?
Packs or cartons.
Oh.
Wait, what?
I asked him how many packs of cigarettes he smokes per day, and he said packs or cartons.
Nice. I was answering the phone. You want to take a phone call real quick?
Sure.
Miss Cat is here again to have a quick question.
Hello, Cat. Welcome.
Hi. Sorry, I'm trying to stay out of trouble today.
No problem, man. Getting in trouble is a good thing. It's fun. More fun to get in trouble.
Well, I figure I'll be able to do that here in a minute or two. But I do believe that the children nowadays are living in a very different world than definitely we did, or even 10 years ago. I made the mistake of going to visit my daughter, and the 12-year-old son didn't want to come out because he was playing a game with his friends, and this was real time. And this, I believe, might be their world, and I was wondering where Joe Dorman is, because he might be able to help get input.
Okay, I don't think I'm quite understanding. What do you
broke up a little bit there? Was it about Joe Dorman?
Well, because he does deal with children.
Mm-hmm.
And so he may have more insight with his dealings with children, because it's a foreign world to me, but I do know it's real, the cyberbullying. I don't understand it.
Well, Senator Rob Stanbridge is going to be in here in a little bit, and we will definitely be talking about cyberbullying and some initiatives that he's taking to try to bring it under control, because we lose some kids to suicide because of cyberbullying.
I know. I just lost a grandniece a month ago to that. Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. So make sure you listen to Rob. He'll have some answers for you. Okay, Kat?
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He is a good guy. Appreciate you, Kat. Have an awesome day. 405-608-4377, 405-608-4377. You're on the Tod Tucker Show here on the Eagle. And cyberbullying is what we're talking about. Bullying in general. Now, Frosty, come on. At some point, you had to have been bullied in school.
Oh, yeah.
What did you do? How did you stop it?
Oh, I just beat the crap out of everybody, and then I became their leader.
Oh.
And then after I became their leader, we started a biker gang, and then we just took over all of Midwest City. I still run that place. As a kid, I avoided confrontation a lot, so I just kind of let it stir in the background.
I tried.
Till they got bored, and then I just went along my way.
I tried. I was bullied by a girl, actually.
Of course you were. Of course you were.
I was bullied by a girl, and what she would do is she would take her fingernails and she would claw me every single day in science class. It was earth science, and she would take her fingernails and she would claw me and break the skin on my arms. And one day I come home and my dad says, "What in the H is going on with your arms?" And I said, "Well, there's this girl at school." And he said, "The next time she does that, I want you to knock the crap out of her and tell her your dad told you to do it."
Yeah.
I also, in 7th grade, I was like 4 feet tall. I mean, I was a little bitty guy when I went to 7th grade. My mother was afraid I was going to get eaten alive with all the big kids when I went over to junior high. And there was this kid that would push me every day. I'd walk by, he'd push me. I'd keep walking because I'm not looking for a confrontation, just looking to get from one class to the other because I was such a model student after all. Not. And so this kid, he would push me every day. One day I'd had my fill of it. I shoved him back. And to this day, we are friends now. I mean, we became friends right after because I was being pushed to the limit to see exactly how far I'd let it go. And if I continued to let it go, it was going to continue. But then I got tired of it and I pushed back. And the best way to take a bully down is to beat the bully down.
You know what happens now if you do that, though? Just as a side note, because they did this when I was in school, I'm sure it's still a policy. If you get caught fighting on campus, and Mr. Chad, you are recently out of school, so you might know the correct answer to this. But back when I was there, it was if you got caught fighting on campus, whether it's self-defense or someone punched you and you're fighting back or whatever, you both got arrested. That's why they have officers.
My dad would have something to say about that.
That's why they have like all the school officers at school now is like that's one of the things they handle. Now, it may have just been because I went to Midwest City. I don't know if other places are pretty lenient or I just went to a bad school, which it wasn't that bad, but that was the general rule. If you get caught fighting on campus, they have the campus security guard, police officer arrest you.
Let kids fight. I mean, come on.
It's assault. Then that's the solution to it. That's what they think.
That's the problem with our society, though. It's assault. Oh, we're going to take you to jail. Kids are going to be kids, man.
But that's the way it was. Like, that was always a huge thing. And that's another reason why kids kind of get bullied to the point where they feel like they can't do anything, maybe. Because if you were caught fighting on campus, that was like you were arrested. They did not pull punches on that. If you get caught fighting on campus, like in the courtyard doing anything, and the cops there and they know who you are, you get arrested. Both people. Doesn't matter if you're defending yourself or not.
I didn't worry about it because I knew that my parents would take care of it. But I was never a fighter to begin with. Fighting is just not something that is in my nature. Now, standing up for myself, I'll stand up for myself all day long. But when it comes down to, trying to look for a fight, no, that's not me. I try to avoid the confrontation if I can. But, sometimes you can't. It's like at the Mexican border right now. When you've got people throwing rocks and bottles and all kinds of things over at our border security, then at some point you're going to have to fire back to let them know, hey, stop that. It's not going to be tolerated here. And so, but yeah, you're right. They do put the cuffs on you now and take you to jail. And all you're doing is you're being kids. What, you're in 7th grade and you get handcuffed and taken off?
Right, and think about it as like the unintended consequence of that. Like we talk about how, cyberbullying is such a crazy thing now and kids are feeling more bullied at school than they probably used to and they can't get away from it. It's like back in your day, you were allowed to squash some things, whereas now, you can't get into a physical altercation without getting arrested at this point. So like
listen,
that's off the table.
Everybody used to go and we would meet someplace. We would say, all right, you want to fight this out? Then let's meet after school at such and such place.
Yeah, we still do that.
Their friends would come, your friends would come, and you would fight it out. It would be done, over with, forgotten about. There were no knives. There were no guns.
Your posse came and their posse came.
And that's exactly what we did.
It's just to keep balance.
Exactly. This is the Tod Tucker Show. It's almost 7 o'clock. We're back right after this. Senator Rob Standridge joins us. Don't go away.
The Canadian County Republican Party says they weren't surprised to have pushback on a first draft letter to lawmakers, now tweaked and finalized before they return to session. In their words, it's a conversation that needs to be had.
When it violates life, liberty, or property, I have to stand up as an elected official in the party and say our government is getting it wrong.
Andrew Lopez, speaking as chairman of the Canadian County Republican Party, the group behind this letter addressing issues like abortion, property tax, and educational funding. Its original draft, stating in part, quote, a better pathway would be to abolish public education, which is not a proper role of government. That exact language no longer in its final version.
We charge property tax to the citizens, and if you do not pay, you lose your property. That means we have zero property rights. It means we're renters in the state of Oklahoma. And that's why we need to eliminate the property tax. Not saying that public education will go away, but we need to find a proper way to fund it if it shall exist.
Ways, he says, like endowments and sponsorships. The group also suggesting legislation would require school districts to direct at least 65% of their annual spend to the classroom.
And really, you need to take that in context and look big picture across the nation. There aren't states that are spending 65% in the classroom.
Sean Heim with the Oklahoma State School Boards Association says that ask is not just vague, but it's been brought up in the past.
It didn't get any traction nationally or in Oklahoma because it's an arbitrary number with no real definition. You have local school boards looking at what they need, and the idea of spending, quote, 65% or 60% or a number in the classroom means what are you going to eliminate? Are you going to eliminate counselors? Teacher assistants, assistant principals. What we're pushing for is to challenge the idea that we just keep pouring money into education without getting down to the finer details and saying, okay, where is this money going? Why isn't education improving?
Moving forward, all parties involved are asking the hard questions.
And how do we improve education in Oklahoma? How do we work with Governor Stitt on his goal to be top 10 in education, for our teachers to be #1 in the region?
At the state capitol, Lily Zhang, Oklahoma's news.
Is your kitchen looking sad these days? Are you tired of looking at that old, dated bathroom? From rooftops to those unsightly holes in the walls, Complete Contracting has got you covered. Call 405-676-0595 today to schedule an estimate. Once again, that number is 405-676-0595. And remember, Complete Contracting has the contracting expertise for all your renovation and repair needs.
Hello, yo! Are you looking for a veteran-owned and operated company on a mission to provide affordable quality firearms gear and training? Well, we've got some friends and fellow warriors over at artillerynation.com that can get you and your troops squared away today. Check them out on Facebook at Artillery Nation LLC or visit artillerynation.com to check out their custom Cerakote projects, firearms training, and t-shirts to show your support for veterans everywhere. Semper.
The devastating Camp wildfire in Northern California has risen to 88. Butte County Sheriff Corey Honea says just over 200 people are still unaccounted for, and the search for victims, he says, is slow going. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Abe Buchanan faces up to 5 years in prison when she is sentenced in February. Washington County commissioners have appointed a new sheriff to replace current Sheriff Rick Silver, who retires at the end of December. Sergeant Scott Owen will fill the remaining 2 years of Silver's term in office. A man and a woman are accused of breaking into several cars parked at a Catoosa casino. Cedric Burleson and Lindsay Hogans are both arrested after a security guard at the Hard Rock Casino spotted the pair acting suspiciously in the parking lot. A proposed Norman City ordinance requiring all cats and dogs older than 6 months to be spayed or neutered could go to a vote early next year. City officials held a public hearing last night to get input about the proposal. They say it would combat the growing number of unwanted animals euthanized. This is the ONN.
It starts at home or work, even in your car. Wherever you are, whoever you are, physical activity is essential to a healthy life. So let's start moving, walking, kicking, riding, running, and raising the roof. Do chair dips while you watch TV, calf raises at work, shoulder rolls at a red light. Move a little or a lot. Just move for 30 minutes every day or get 60 with your kids. Let's start moving today. Get activity ideas at shapeyourfutureok.com. A program of TSET.
Something that every business owner relies on is good advice. And that's where SCORE can help.
SCORE is a nonprofit organization where we provide free business consulting services to people who want to start a business.
For nearly 50 years, SCORE mentors have been helping businesses realize their dreams.
What's even better than dreams is making a dream come true. Volunteer your expertise. You've got it. Share it.
Volunteer your expertise today at SCORE.org.
And a flashing object resembling a UFO. It's the Tod Tucker Show on 1640 The Eagle.
Hello, everybody. Tod Tucker here. Telephone number 405-608-4377, 405-608-4377. Senator Rob Stamridge joining us. We're going to talk about cyberbullying. Also, Andrew Lopez, who is the chairman of the Canadian County Republican Party. GOP chair over there. We're going to be hearing from him as well.
The GOP chair?
The GOP chair. Yes, sir.
The GOP chair.
Nancy Pelosi is expected tomorrow to become the Democratic nominee for Speaker of the House, giving her the inside track to reclaim the House's top job in January, unless critics in her own party block her. Well, she's got the support of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Can we pull that audio on Miss Cortez, please?
All right.
Okay. The absolute dumbest politician in Washington, D.C. right now. And she hasn't even taken the oath of office yet. Let's roll.
Now, the economy is going pretty strong, right? There's roughly 4% unemployment, 3.9% unemployment. Do you think that capitalism has failed to deliver for working class Americans, or is no longer the best vehicle for working class Americans?
Well, I think the numbers that you just talked about is part of the problem, right? Because we look at these figures and we say, oh, unemployment is low, everything is fine, right? Well, unemployment is low because everyone has 2 jobs. Unemployment is low because people are working 60, 70, 80 hours a week and can barely feed their kids.
Dumb people make me belch.
She's right, though. I had 2 jobs for the longest time. I worked long, long weeks.
And who was president then?
President Trump.
Okay, and now how many jobs do you have?
I've got 1.
Okay. Are you full-time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have benefits?
Yes.
Are you better off than you were 2 years ago?
Ish.
Okay.
Ish.
Okay. You just refuse to admit the fact that you're better off than you were.
President Trump did not get me this job. President Trump's economy did not get me this job. It didn't do anything to facilitate this job. I want to say, I'm sure Kevin will come in and tell me otherwise, but I'm just saying, it is not a direct result from President Trump for my personal success.
Hey, Choking Chad, could you get me some ice water, pretty please? That would be awesome. Thank you very much.
Dude, I missed having an intern.
He's out there smoking.
He's out there smoking. That's okay.
Yeah.
He can get ice water while he's smoking.
Yeah, goes out there and smokes every commercial break.
Do you want to read some comments on our Facebook post here?
Certainly. Our Facebook poll. Go ahead and read it, Frosty.
All right. There you go. Our Facebook poll of the day, the Tod Tucker question of the day. Do you think Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is the dumbest politician of the 21st century? My favorite response from Kevin Taylor was, he called me out because I originally put the 20th century, and he's like, she was what, 10? I'm like, all right, you got me. You got me. It's early. It's the 21st century. And then he replied again and says, I will go with the pedophile Roy Moore. I agree. That's a good one. But I'd rather go with our good friend. Who is our disgraced politician? Our favorite
Ralph
one?
Shorty.
Ralph Shorty.
Hey, Shorty.
I think
Hey, Shorty. Hey, Shorty. You're in prison. You're in prison. You're in prison.
I think that's the one.
Get off Craigslist. Hey, Shorty. There you go. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist.
You're good. Robert Pittman just sent a meme that's just Ocasio-Cortez's face, and this is the face of the dial-up modem sound, which is always fun. Curtis Cope Cass said, what about the 100,000 plus people that voted for her? Kind of against the spirit of the comment, but it's all good.
Right.
And then Jim Keller said Hillary, because that's just an easy target.
Hillary is an easy target and a big target. I mean, she's got the biggest rear end in politics, that's for sure.
And that's from our Tod Tucker question of the day. Feel free to go to KZLS 1640 AM on our Facebook and throw a comment on there. Make sure to give us a like,
says
too.
that listening to Cortez makes his ears bleed.
She's good. Let her. She'll come into her own.
So is Choking Chad going to let our guest in?
I'm assuming so. If he can find the guest.
Yeah, because he's not the brightest crayon in the box.
Ouch.
Ever since he had to put on that orange jumpsuit, he's totally lost it. So Cliff Garner says, listening to Cortez makes my ears bleed. Yeah, I agree with you, Cliff. She makes my ears bleed as well because she is so dumb. So dumb. How did she get a college degree? Well, because of the fact it's called affirmative action.
Oh, don't you dare.
I just did.
Don't you dare.
I just did.
Don't belittle her degree by saying
it's affirmative action. That's exactly what it is.
No,
if she had been just some white girl, she would not be where she is today.
You are so full of BS. That just pulled out of your butt.
What does BS stand for, Frosty?
You know exactly what it stands for. It's bull spit. Yeah, I said it. I said it on the radio. I said spit. No, dude, that's BS. There's no way that you can't just say that her whole degree and then getting elected is affirmative action.
Affirmative action. If she had been a white girl, if her name had been Alexandria Smith, nah, it wouldn't have happened. But because her name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Martez.
If we keep doing that, you're going to break it, or the boss is going to put a ban on your rolling R's.
He might. No, I think he likes the rolling R's. It's a Bill Clinton that he put me on a short leash with.
You are in
which
trouble with Bill
I have
Clinton.
not used my Bill Clinton this week at all. There hasn't been any reason to.
You only get one a week.
I know.
Dude, quit being a right-wing nut. It is not affirmative action that she got her degree. That's the most.
Then what is it? Because she's not very smart.
You don't have to be smart to get a degree, but that's
In economics? At Columbia University? Are you kidding me?
The point. Like, she must be. I'm sure she's smart.
Yeah, she got in because of her affirmative action.
And she got elected because she's smart.
She got elected not because she's smart, because people are stupid.
Oh,
she got elected. She got elected because apparently the people in the 14th district of New York don't have a frickin' brain.
Gosh. I'm just gonna let it go. Just gonna let it go.
Let it go.
Yeah,
let it go. Let it go.
Just gonna let it go.
I can't even tell you what John Greening is saying about Ralph Shorty right now on Facebook.
Is he just going off on Ralph Shorty? I think he makes our 21st century politician list now.
After 9 o'clock, I'll tell you what he said. Okay, when kids aren't in the car.
Oh, okay. We're gonna hang on to that for a little while.
Yeah,
Better
we'll
write
hang
it
on to that
down.
for a bit because I'm not gonna get into that.
If you want to know what he said, go check the Tod Tucker live feed on Facebook.
7:14 here at the Eagle. It's almost 7:15, and hopefully you're having a good drive to work. By the way, 15th and Kelly and Edmond, lights have been out since yesterday. It's like a four-way stop, and everybody who drives in Edmond, like me, you understand that Edmond traffic is already a big pain in the Tuckus.
The Tuckus.
So make sure you avoid that area if at all possible. 15th and Kelly, we've got lights out there, and there's not really any word as to when they're going to get them back up and running again. So just a little warning in the event that you're headed that way, so you can take that little detour. It's 7:15. This is the Tod Tucker Show with Frosty the Snowflake and Choking Chad. We're back right after this. Don't go away.
The Canadian County Republican Party says they weren't surprised to have pushback on a first draft letter to lawmakers, now tweaked and finalized before they return to session. In their words, it's a conversation that needs to be had.
When it violates life, liberty, or property, I have to stand up as an elected official in the party and say our government is getting it wrong.
Andrew Lopez, speaking as chairman of the Canadian County Republican Party, the group behind this letter addressing issues like abortion, property tax, and educational funding. Its original draft stating in part, quote, a better pathway would be to abolish public education, which is not a proper role of government. That exact language no longer in its final version.
We charge property tax to the citizens, and if you do not pay, you lose your property. That means we have zero property rights. It means we're renters in the state of Oklahoma. And that's why we need to eliminate the property tax. Not saying that public education will go away, but we need to find a proper way to fund it if it shall exist.
Ways, he says, like endowments and sponsorships. The group also suggesting legislation would require school districts to direct at least 65% of their annual spend to the classroom.
And really, you need to take that in context and look big picture across the nation. There aren't states that are spending 65% in the classroom.
Sean Heim with the Oklahoma State School Boards Association says that ask is not just vague, but it's been brought up in the past.
It didn't get any traction nationally or in Oklahoma because it's an arbitrary number with no real definition. You have local school boards looking at what they need, and the idea of spending, quote, 65% or 60% or a number in the classroom means what are you going to eliminate? Are you going to eliminate counselors? Teacher assistants, assistant principals.
What we're pushing for is to challenge the idea that we just keep pouring money into education without getting down to the finer details and saying, okay, where is this money going? Why isn't education improving?
Moving forward, all parties involved are asking the hard questions.
And how do we improve education in Oklahoma? How do we work with Governor Stitt on his goal to be top 10 in education, for our teachers to be #1 in the region?
At the state capitol, Lily Zhang, Oklahoma's news.
summer of 2018, despite a fierce and well-financed opposition, the state of Oklahoma passed State Question 788, giving the citizens the most open medical marijuana system in the U.S.
The people of Oklahoma spoke last night, and they said they wanted medical marijuana.
Critics tried to frame 788 as being too loosely written, pointing to the bill's lack of qualifying conditions. Proponents countered that the bill would allow maximum access to the widest range of patients. State Question 788 passed by more than 13 points. My friends call me Grumpy. I'm a citizen lobbyist on the front lines of the cannabis revolution in the great state of Oklahoma. I represent not only the 507,000 individuals that voted for medical cannabis, but my fellow citizens who need this medicine. Join us as we travel the state to meet with politicians, activists, business owners, but most importantly, patients.
Because folks who try a Yanmar will buy a Yanmar. TractorBob.com. TractorBob.com. And don't forget about our bad boy mowers.
My name is Tod Tucker. Yours is not. Hey, telephone number 405-608-4377, 405-608-4377.
Todd, you can't tell people that their name isn't Tod Tucker. They might be transitioning into Tod Tucker.
That is true. I may have just offended somebody who's trying to become Tod Tucker.
That's what we need, more of you, Todd.
No, we don't need more of you, but we need to not offend those who are trying to become more.
I'll give them my social security number and they can have my credit.
I'll take that. Just
okay.
Knock it out. You just slip it over, piece of paper.
Hey, by the way, President Trump landed in Tupelo, Mississippi last night. Now, you know what Tupelo, Mississippi is, don't you? You don't?
No.
No. Do you know what Tupelo, Mississippi is?
Isn't that like the Bermuda Triangle?
No, that is... that is where Elvis Presley was born.
So, yes.
Props. I dig it.
President Trump was landing there at the birthplace of Elvis Presley. And you guys kill me, man. I mean, seriously, what is a guy to do?
I wasn't born in any time between like the 50s to the 60s.
You still can have a love for Elvis Presley and his music because he's the king of rock and roll. There are people that were born in 1990 something who have no recollection of Michael Jackson.
And there are people who are born in my generation that don't have a love for Justin Bieber, who they say redefined the genre. They say he's the king of pop music.
Justin Bieber is not the king of pop music.
And,
I'm sorry.
It's pretty similar. You know, Elvis Presley, Justin Bieber. They're like the same. I'm going to get some hate mail on that one.
Now, I'm sorry. Justin Bieber is not the king of pop. Justin Bieber is extremely talented.
You're right. Ryan Seacrest is the king of pop.
So we've got another pervert in schools. This is in Lincoln County in Chandler. An assistant band director confessed to sexual abuse of a teenager. 15 counts of child sexual abuse.
Oh, my.
Warren D. Hitchcock is the man's name, 41 years old. Let me get rid of his ugly mug here. Almost looks like your mug shot there, Chad.
There was another one last year, too, at, what's it called? It was at Carl Albert. Remember, we had my nephew in.
Yeah, another band. Documents cite a single female victim and said she was abused twice a month from age 13 to days just before her 18th birthday. So for 5 years, this guy had been abusing this girl.
Damn.
On November 13th, OSBI agents asked the victim to call the suspect on the phone and discuss the alleged crimes in details. The teen described being forced to do certain things, watch pornography, and use various devices on herself while Hitchcock watched.
Jeez, dude. That is a lot.
What the hell's wrong with people?
That's 5 years. I hope they throw the book at him.
We're like, he needs to go to jail for the rest of his life.
Well, it's Oklahoma. I mean, who knows? They might throw the book at him extra hard, or he might just,
Or he might just walk. You're right.
If ever there was a time for 85% crimes.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that. Mississippi today is voting for a United States senator, and it is an important race, especially to President Trump, who held a rally last night. As I said, he landed in Tupelo, Mississippi. A poll of today's Mississippi Senate runoff election, which was released on Sunday, shows that Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith, who is the incumbent, is leading her Democratic challenger, former Clinton administration Secretary of Agriculture Mike Espy, by 10 points, 54 to 44%. There's no way that seat is going to go Democrat. No way. The president was there last night. They are voting in Mississippi today. I don't understand why they wait until the end of November to pick their U.S. senator or have a runoff or whatever the heck it is they do, but they do some weird things in Louisiana as well.
They had an interesting thing up there, too. I just found a Mississippi article about that. They found 7 nooses and several signs at the state capitol hanging out of trees, and it was apparently... the nooses and signs referring to the state's history of lynching were found one day before the U.S. Senate runoff between Cindy and Mike.
What's the purpose of that?
I guess it's like I would assume it's a Democrat thing where we're like putting stuff up there. I don't really approve of it, but it's kind of a weird statement to make.
Odd flex, but
well,
okay.
Well, it's like when you run out of other ideas, just put some nooses up in Mississippi. Like, I don't know.
Unreal. I am blown away that this happens. Blown away. All right. So let's take a little flashback trip here as we wait for our guests to get in.
If they ever even do get in, could they find us? Did they go to the old place?
They may have gotten lost.
Did you give them the new address?
No, they didn't go to the old place. I didn't even know. Do we have an old place?
We do.
I've totally blanked it. I don't have any recollection of an old place. I've totally blocked it out.
I don't know. Maybe that just comes with getting on in years.
Could be. It's one of the advantages for getting the douches in your life.
Ouch.
Democrats and other critics mocked President Trump after he activated U.S. troops in late October to help reinforce the southwest border after concerns that thousands of Central American migrants moving in caravans toward the United States would try to illegally rush across. They accused the president of hyping the threat as recently as early November, claiming that the migrants were hundreds of miles away and only a fraction of the caravan would make it to the border. However, only 2 weeks later, the first of thousands of migrants arrived at the Mexican border with California. Mexican officials now say almost 9,000 migrants have arrived. Mexico's Interior Department said over the weekend about 500 tried to rush the border, with U.S. authorities putting the number at about 1,000, according to the AP. Former President Obama says refugees 1,000 miles away. That's what he said when he was campaigning in Miami 5 days before the midterm elections. 1,000 miles away. Wrong, Bathhouse Barry, again. Representative Ted Lieu said that caravans always get disbanded.
Todd got a text from important people.
It's somebody says, I love your Bill Clinton impersonation. We need more.
Well, you haven't even done it.
Ted Lieu, Democrat of California, November 2nd. The boss is only giving me once a week to be able to do that, so I try to save it up.
Right, that's a Friday
in the event
special.
that I need it.
Yep.
But what the heck? This caravan's only about 1,000 miles away. There's been caravans over the years, and they always get disbanded. That's my friend Ted Lieu said that. And then Cory Booker, yeah, you know, he's going to be president someday, I think. November 6th, he said on what Tod Tucker calls DNCNN, accused Trump of trying to make the caravan the issue ahead of the midterm elections and questioned whether Americans really cared about people in a caravan who are 700 miles away, 800 miles away, about where I like Hillary to be. Okay, there you go.
That's it. Well,
I spin it for the week
we'll
on
have
Tuesday.
We can maybe do it one more time today, but yeah, it's spent. You used it up, Todd.
Shepard Smith on Fox News, liberal on Fox, said the migrants are more than 2 months away. Wrong, Shep. Senator Flakey Flake, Jeff Flake, who's leaving, thank God, from Arizona. He says the caravan contains far fewer people than it once did. Wrong. These people are morons, complete and total morons. 5 times critics mocked the president over the migrant caravan. 5 times the president continued to say these migrants are headed toward the United States at a rapid pace. We must do something about it. We must enforce our borders. We must put troops on the border. We must let our troops fight back. If people throw rocks, that is an attack on our troops. That's exactly what President Trump said. And yet you've got Bathhouse Barry Obama. Refugees 1,000 miles away. I'm sorry, Barry. They don't make it 1,000 miles in a month on foot. Representative Ted Lieu of California. Boy, you know, California, they breed some real geniuses out there. I wish that state would just fall off into the Pacific Ocean and be done.
I like Hollywood.
And take the Holly weird people with it.
They make movies.
Yeah, bad
Netflix
movies.
is there.
Terrible movies.
I like Netflix.
Terrible movies. Says caravans always get disbanded. Wrong. Cory Booker wants to be president. He was on the Senate Judiciary Committee. You know, he's a groper. Admitted to being a groper with the Brett Kavanaugh hearings. He says the president wants to make caravan the issue. Well, it is an issue. It's not about making it an issue, Cory. Cory, my friend, it is an issue. In fact, 53% of Americans see the migrant caravan as a threat compared to 39% who don't see it as a threat. The 39% who don't see it as a threat are brain dead. Then you've got Shepard Smith from Fox News, not a Democrat politician, but definitely a Trump critic, and he said the migrants are more than 2 months away. And of course, I said he's a Trump critic, and he's on Fox News, and everybody goes, oh, Fox News is so in the tank for Donald Trump, blah, 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 blah. And Shepard Smith is a libturd. Shepard Smith, what a dummy. Then you've got Jeff Flake, who's leaving the Senate, thank God, and he goes, it contains far fewer people than it once did. Wrong, Flake. Wrong. So there you go. President Trump was right, as President Trump has been right many, many times, but nobody will give him credit. That man could award a lottery jackpot to every single American, and they'd still find a reason not to like him. This is Tod Tucker. We're back right after this on 1640 The Eagle and at KZLSAM.com.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children has helped more than 1.3 million kids just like me, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball.
Because of people like you, I can run.
I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go to loveshriners.org right now and give just 63 cents a day, you're helping kids just like me.
Like me. Like me.
When you give today, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of the love you gave to a kid just like me.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, you know you have it right there. And call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
Hello, you! Are you looking for a veteran-owned and operated company on a mission to provide affordable quality firearms gear and training? Well, we've got some friends and fellow warriors over at artillerynation.com that can get you and your troops squared away today. Check them out on Facebook at Artillery Nation LLC or Visit artillerynation.com to check out their custom Cerakote projects, firearms training, and t-shirts to show your support for veterans everywhere. Semper.
Is your kitchen looking sad these days? Are you tired of looking at that old, dated bathroom? From rooftops to those unsightly holes in the walls, Complete Contracting has got you covered. Call 405-676-0595 today to schedule an estimate. Once again, that number is 405-676-0595. And remember, Complete Contracting has the contracting expertise for all your renovation and repair needs.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the American Physical Therapy Association.
We depend on our drinking water supply daily, but where does that water come from? Your water provider encourages you to get to know your local water source so together we can protect and preserve it. The investments we make as a community to protect our water source now ensure we have a sustainable drinking water supply for the future. Visit drinktap.org to learn more. This message is brought to you by the American Water Works Association.
Hello, my name is Tod Tucker, and you're on the Tod Tucker Show. Telephone number 405-608-4377. Andrew Lopez, Canadian County GOP chair, is coming up. He wrote a very powerful letter, and we're going to talk about that. You may have seen a little bit of it on News 4 last night. 7 nooses and several signs were found at the Mississippi State Capitol yesterday, prompting more nationwide attention and outrage ahead of today's election. Early Monday morning, 2 nooses were found at the Capitol. According to the Associated Press, 5 more had been found since. The nooses and signs referred to the state's history of lynching. They were found one day before the U.S. Senate runoff between Republican Cindy Hyde-Smith and Democrat Mike Espy. I think Democrats plant these sometimes just so that they can have some kind of ammunition to use against conservatives.
You mean nooses? They plant nooses?
I think they do. I don't put anything past them. Hyde-Smith has drawn criticism after a comment she made on the campaign trail referring to public hanging. State Capitol Police took the nooses and signs down and are investigating them. The Mississippi Department of Public Safety posted pictures of the signs that were placed at the Capitol and are asking for anyone with information about people who may be responsible to contact the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation or Crime Stoppers. But I really and truly do believe that a lot of times some of these hate things that are blamed on conservatives are actually planted by Democrats so that they can say, look, see how racist these conservatives are? See how intolerant these conservatives are? See what hate mongers they are. See what homophobes they are, and xenophobes, and Islamophobes, and anti-Semites, and on and on and on and on and on. It would not surprise me in the least if some conservatives were to do that. I mean, some liberals were to do that.
It wouldn't surprise me in the least if conservatives were to do that either.
No. No, it would not surprise me in the least if liberals were to do that. In the meantime, the election is going on today. It looks like the Republican incumbent is going to win, much to the chagrin of Democrats, which means the Republicans will hold a pretty nice margin in the United States Senate. Democrats will have the House. We'll have obstruction for the next 2 years.
Blue wave.
The presidential election is going to start
Blue wave.
after the first of the year. Do you realize that we are only now...
Blue wave.
Stop that already. We are only 13 months away from the Iowa caucus. 13 months away from the Iowa caucus already.
What is the Iowa caucus?
Are you okay? That's where they... Oh, Lord.
What is the Iowa caucus?
What is that noise you're making?
Snickering.
He's holding back the coughs.
That's because you don't know a lot about politics, but you think you do.
I know many things about politics.
Yeah.
Everything.
So I'm 13, think about it, 13 months away before they get together in Iowa and they caucus and they start picking a nominee for the Democrat Party.
Exciting times we live in.
Who do you think will run for president as a Democrat?
I have no idea. I just
throw some out there.
Worth a damn. Joe Biden is top of the list for
You
someone.
really think Joe Biden's going to run?
I don't know. He's like the only one with any bit of credibility right now.
I would have to.
Hate.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that.
Like even you disagree with Joe Biden, but
yeah,
you don't.
but I don't have a disdain
exactly.
for him. No.
You don't make fun of him every day for doing stuff. Like,
no,
it's
I mean, I
Joe
laugh
Biden.
when he said "stand up, Chuck," and the poor guy was in a wheelchair. I mean, Joe Biden sometimes can be goofy. But we all can be goofy.
We have President Trump, so we're used to a good amount of goof. You know what I mean? Like there's a healthy amount of goof in our daily lives.
We all can be goofy sometimes.
But
okay, so who else?
Joe Biden's on the list there. Beto's probably going to run. I'm sure he will.
I don't think Beto will run. If Beto runs, he won't get very far.
Yeah. I'm sure there'll be another Hillary. At least
you think Hillary will run? I don't think she's got the health to run.
Maybe not. I'll bet Bernie comes back. I think Bernie will.
I think Bernie will run. Yeah, now here's a question that I have. Why doesn't Bernie run as an independent?
Because he won't win.
But he got screwed. He's not going to win in the Democratic primary either because they're not going to take an avowed socialist and nominate him.
I mean, he's an older man, so maybe he'll get to where he's thinking like, hey, maybe I'll just run as an independent this year and see what happens. I'd vote for him as an independent.
You would still vote for Bernie Sanders knowing what you know now?
Probably.
Why?
Because he did.
You know socialism doesn't work, why?
I think he'd do good for the country.
Like how?
I think he'd bridge our great divide.
Oh, I think he would divide it further.
Frosty the Red.
Huh?
Frosty
the Red.
Frosty's a commie.
I'm not a commie. I'm not a commie.
Frosty's a commie. Bernie Sanders is a commie.
But I don't know who on the Democratic ticket they're gonna be in the primaries. I don't know who's gonna start doing that.
I think what you'll see is you'll see Kamala Harris, you'll see Pocahontas.
Neither of which I'm particularly excited for.
You'll see Cory Booker. You'll see
Cory Booker's not the worst.
Maybe Beto will get in there.
No, the problem is like when I'm just thinking about this, I'm like, I know these people. Like I don't want Pocahontas or what was the other one? Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
I don't like either of them.
Kirsten Gillibrand from New York, she'll run.
Of course. But Joe Biden, I feel like he can push pretty high. The problem is, like, when you think about it, like, unless they come out here swinging and they just have the absolute A-game, best thing ever, they're not going to beat Trump.
Will Oprah Winfrey run?
Maybe. I think that would be exciting.
Why?
Because
what qualifies her to be president?
What qualified Donald Trump to be president? She owns a business. She's worth about as much as he is.
That's a good point. So
Oprah is worth many, many dollars.
Okay, so we'd have two business people against each other. Who do you think has more credibility, Oprah or Donald Trump? What I think will happen is you'll see women.
Do you want me to answer
You'll
that?
see a lot of women vote for Oprah, and you'll see men voting in droves for Donald Trump. That's what'll happen.
Here's the thing, though. You just said who has more credibility.
Mm-hmm.
What has Oprah ever done that was scandalous? Name me one thing.
What has Donald Trump ever done that's scandalous besides,
when he started running, that was when he ran into all the scandals.
Well, you do realize that Oprah Winfrey is rumored to be girlfriends with Gayle King.
If that comes out, that comes out. But as of right,
I don't care.
I don't.
And let me just preface that by saying I don't care. I don't care if Oprah Winfrey is a lesbian.
Right, you're just calling out scandals on stuff. But
I'm just saying things that can be used against you.
As it stands, she's probably a better nomination than most of the other Democratic candidates right now.
But that doesn't say a lot about the Democratic Party, does it?
Well, Donald Trump beat out all the Republicans. That doesn't
That's
say
true,
a lot
but
about
not-
the
but-
Republican
well,
Party.
No, what it says is the Republican Party had 17 great candidates, very qualified candidates, people that were governors, people that were senators, people that have been in politics before, and who come from some came from political families. Some are very, very, very smart. Donald Trump came in because people did not want a politician to fix the country. They wanted a business person to fix the country. They were tired of experimenting with politicians, and they were ready to start working with somebody who might be able to do something different, and that is to run the country in the way that a business is run.
I mean, I get it.
That's why Donald Trump won. It wasn't Donald Trump's shining personality. It wasn't Donald Trump's insults that got him elected.
Shining personality.
It wasn't Donald Trump. It wasn't Donald Trump's ties that got him elected. It wasn't his hair, of course, or his orange skin. It was the fact that Donald Trump is not a politician. That was the appeal of Donald Trump.
Side note, just on the TV, Cyber Monday is expected to bring in $7.8 billion in online sales from yesterday.
I'm not surprised.
And that was the TV just said that was the biggest Cyber Monday ever.
Who's the president?
It's Donald J. Trump at the moment.
Oh, okay.
But things could turn around.
Did they say the biggest ever?
They said I think it said the biggest ever. I might be paraphrasing what Fox News is saying on the TV.
Was it huge?
It sounded like it was huge.
For clarification, that is not Fox News. That is Fox 25, which is not the Fox News network.
Are they not an affiliate?
They're an affiliate
Well,
of the
it's still
Fox
Fox
Television.
News.
They're an affiliate of the Fox Television network.
It's a Fox News. The Fox 25 local news.
Oh, Lord, dude, you kill me. You absolutely kill me. We're going to take a break. Andrew Lopez coming up. He's stuck in traffic, but he's got a powerful letter that was written.
He couldn't even be here on time for us, Todd.
No.
I love Andrew, but he couldn't even be here.
What county is he from?
He's from, at this point, he's from Mexico County.
Mexico County.
He's not in Canada anymore. He's in Mexico County.
That wouldn't be a maybe a little jab at the fact that his last name is Lopez, would it?
Oh, well, he's in Brazil County.
Still,
It's further south.
You can be a Lopez and still be in Brazil.
Okay. Spain County.
You still can be a Lopez. You're striking out, man. He's okay. Here we go.
Ukraine County.
He's from Iceland County.
Nah, no one likes Iceland.
I do. We'll be back right after this. The Tod Tucker Show is on the Eagle.
The Canadian County Republican Party says they weren't surprised to have pushback on a first draft letter to lawmakers, now tweaked and finalized before they return to session. In their words, it's a conversation that needs to be had.
When it violates life, liberty, or property, I have to stand up as an elected official in the party and say our government is getting it wrong.
Andrew Lopez speaking as chairman of the Canadian County Republican Party, the group behind this letter addressing issues like abortion, property tax, and educational funding. Its original draft stating in part, quote, a better pathway would be to abolish public education, which is not a proper role of government. That exact language no longer in its final version.
We charge property tax to the citizens, and if you do not pay, you lose your property. That means we have zero property rights. It means we're renters in the state of Oklahoma. And that's why we need to eliminate the property tax. Not saying that public education will go away, but we need to find a proper way to fund it if it shall exist.
Ways, he says, like endowments and sponsorships. The group also suggesting legislation would require school districts to direct at least 65% of their annual spend to the classroom.
And really, you need to take that in context and look big picture across the nation. There aren't states that are spending 65% in the classroom.
Sean Heim with the Oklahoma State School Boards Association says that ask is not just vague, but it's been brought up in the past.
It didn't get any traction nationally or in Oklahoma because it's an arbitrary number with no real definition. You have local school boards looking at what they need, and the idea of spending, quote, 65% or 60% or a number in the classroom means what are you going to eliminate? Are you going to eliminate counselors, teacher assistants, assistant principals?
What we're pushing for is to challenge the idea that we just keep pouring money into education without getting down to the finer details and saying, okay, where is this money going? Why isn't education improving?
Moving forward, all parties involved are asking the hard questions.
And how do we improve education in Oklahoma? How do we work with Governor Stitt on his goal to be top 10 in education, for our teachers to be #1 in the region?
At the state capitol, Lily Zhang, Oklahoma.
.48 at the Eagle. I'm Tod Tucker. The Tod Tucker Show is on. And by the way, 15th and Kelly and Edmond, lights are out till about noon today. There was an accident yesterday, and people are doing the four-way stop thing. So if you are in a hurry to get to work or get the kids to school or whatever, avoid that area.
Don't do it.
Stay away from it. It's a big mess. Anyway, Frosty's got Frosty Scopes. We're going to talk to you about exactly what's in your future today.
All right, you ready? You feeling it?
I'm totally ready.
All
Let's
right,
get it on.
let's get
Bang
it
a
in.
gong.
We got to get in the mood real quick, as
Yep.
we do.
Absolutely. We need to teach
Yeah, we need to teach him how to shut doors.
Choking Chad how to...
Yeah, we need to teach him how to shut doors. All right, we're in it. We're in it. We're feeling good. The stars are aligning. Aries, what do you have to lose today, Aries? The planets are shaking you in the hopes of ridding you of your old objectives to make way for new growth. You feel doubt where once there was only certainty. Aries, you need to leave your girlfriend. Find a new one. Planets
Goodbye.
are telling you to get
What
rid of
about what if
leave,
you're what
leave
about
your,
a boy? What
leave
about
your boyfriend, leave your transitioning friend, anybody. Just
Anybody,
get rid of
okay.
them, find a new one.
All right.
Trade it in for a newer model. Taurus, you aren't the only one who can solve your problems. Trust that there are others who are capable of understanding. Those who want to help you are motivated only by love with no ulterior motives. Taurus, your life is in shambles. You need help. Find a friend. Gemini, you're crazy. Have you noticed how delays seem to occur more often because you're crazy? Today will be no exception because you've been waiting, because what you've been waiting for has been delayed yet again because you're crazy. No one wants to be with you. They're just pushing you back. Cancer. Or I mean,
you mean crab. Mm-hmm.
Get outside and get moving. If you can manage to take the day off, this would be a good time to release some energy. Cancer, go outside and play. You're fat. Leo, the best. Devote the day to your children or partner. You may protest that it's too hard, yes, to find the time to give them the attention they deserve. You don't have time for yourself, much less anyone else.
Oh, go get on it.
Sorry, Steph. I'm not doing nothing. Virgo, a friend or family member is slowly poisoning your relationship. A misunderstanding between the two of you will ultimately prove beneficial in the long run. Virgo, you need to get on top of this and poison them instead. That's the only solution. Libra, you've been a social butterfly lately. The sociable phase you're currently in demands a great deal of energy. You're attracted to some of your new acquaintances, but irritated by others. Libra just needs to find a new partner too. Go find them all. Scorpio, your skin feels even thinner than usual today. If you happen to witness a violent outburst on the street, at work, or in television, you suddenly become aware of your vulnerability. So don't watch action movies today, Scorpio. That's the best advice we have. Sagittarius, people sometimes say that you're a little aggressive in your approach, but today you feel a little tired of leading the charge on the battlefield. So Sagittarius, find a new leader. Just abandon ship. Capricorn, you may be a bit oversensitive today. It's possible that you will be irritable and conflicted as you begin to suspect that long-term projects may not be finished. So, I don't know. My gift for the day is abandon ship, whether it's your partner, your work, your spouse, your other spouse, your extra family. Just get rid of it.
Peace out, yo.
Get rid of them all. Aquarius, there's no point in trying to make sense of today. Much of what happens occurs on an unconscious level that defies any rational explanation. Aquarius is going to do something really crazy today, and their excuse is going to be, I don't know what happened. The stars were aligned.
That's my dad. He's an Aquarius.
He's going to do something crazy.
Okay.
And finally, Todd's favorite, Pisces. This is a confusing period for us all, Pisces. But no doubt you've noticed this. In such circumstances, some people become more rigid than ever because they resist dynamic change. They try to hold on to tradition. Your Pisces sensitivity makes you very receptive to the past, but current conditions could inspire you to let go of some of your convictions. So, Todd, it's change your lifestyle.
Tomorrow is a brand new day. And we've got a medium coming in.
We do have a medium coming in, and they're going to come and do fun stuff. It's really funny there because everybody got here at the same time while I was doing my horoscopes, and they just stood at the door like, what is happening? Is he consulting the stars right now? And that's good. That's the feeling I want them to have. You know what I mean? They got to know. They got to know where I stand.
Well, I think everybody knows pretty much where you stand.
So we got Rob and Andrew here, which hopefully our intern will bring them back soon so we can just get them all in here.
Yeah, well, we'll have them coming up right after 8 o'clock. Senator Rob Stanbridge also on the show today. We're going to talk about cyberbullying, and that's a very important topic, something that's important to me. So I'm looking forward to having Senator Stanbridge on so we can talk about it and get it going. By the way, Election Day in Mississippi, will the Republicans hang on to that seat? It looks like they will. And, of course, we'll keep you posted on that. So,
why do they wait so long to finish their election?
I don't know. And in Louisiana, they do really strange. They do the elections very strangely as well. I don't get it. And by the way, we've got a situation now where the CDC has identified 31 states that have 116 confirmed cases of polio-like disease. Oklahoma is one of them. There's only one case so far. But you take a look at Texas. Texas, it appears to have the most right now with 14. It's those illegals coming over here. I'm telling you. It's those illegals coming over here and bringing diseases and tuberculosis and all that. The southern border. California, however, does not have any cases at this point, or at least none reported. But these are confirmed cases. And Colorado actually has Texas beat 15-14. That's kind of a scary thing. I know, right? 286 cases of possible confirmed acute flaccid.
Oh, I don't like where that's starting.
Myelitis in the United States.
I don't like where that's starting at all. There's an epidemic in America right now.
Oh, you had to go there.
Well, you can't start it. You can't just stop at flaccid and just be like, oh no, everything's fine.
You just had to go there, didn't you? You couldn't help yourself.
Here, finish. Go ahead and finish your thing.
I can't get my breath now. You killed me. I'm done. I don't even know where I was now.
Ruin the whole story. Well, come on, man. You can't start it like that. It doesn't work that way.
Well, see, I wasn't thinking about it in the same way that you were. But then being the having the mind that you have, then you totally screwed me up here.
We're all young men at heart.
I had no idea. Oh, my gosh.
Deep breath, buddy. You finish your story. Start from the beginning.
I can't.
You can't do it again?
I can't. No, I can't. There's just some polio type cases.
Polio has something to do that makes you a little flaccid? Is that not good? Let's. I can say that on the radio. There's no worries.
And you know how I feel about infanticide, right?
Yeah, I do know how you feel.
Far more Hispanic babies have been aborted in the United States than there are migrants reported to be in the caravan en route through Mexico to the U.S. border. Why doesn't that bother anybody? A report released Friday by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention shows in 2015, 72,056 Hispanic women, or 17.5% of all women who reported abortions, had abortions in 31 states that reported abortion statistics, as well as in the District of Columbia. According to the New York Slimes, the number of migrants in the caravan could reach more than 10,000. So we're taking a look at 10,000 people, and they're all concerned about, oh, they sent some tear gas over to these children. But they're not concerned about the fact that 72,056 babies have been aborted by Hispanic women in the United States. That doesn't bother them at all, now does it?
I would say that gassing the kids that are currently around can be a bit of an issue.
Have you ever watched an abortion?
No, I did. Well, no, that's a lie. They made us watch that in
then
middle school.
You should completely understand that the baby tries to get away from the instruments that are trying to take it out of its mother.
This is ugly. To argue this topic, aren't
It is ugly. It is ugly. It is taking the life from a mother. It is taking the life, and I don't want to hear, it's my body and I'll do with it whatever I want to. No, it's a baby with its own set of DNA. And the majority of abortions that are performed are not because of the mother's life being in danger or because of rape or incest. That's less than 1%, like a fraction of 1%.
I have a side question. How do you feel about like the morning after pill?
Man, you know,
do you follow like the Catholic thing where life begins at like inception or whatever?
I do believe that life begins at conception, but I do believe also that, you see, that's just a tough one for me.
And that's
because at that point, the baby has already, it hasn't fully formed, or it hasn't really. I mean, yeah.
Like there's no
I just come back to, I knew you before you were in your mother's womb.
Right.
But were you in your mother's womb at the point that you're conceived? I mean, it's just it's a topic that we'll have to get into someday. I don't really have an opinion one way or the other on that one.
You're pretty neutral on that?
I'm not neutral. I just don't really have an educated opinion on it. So I'm just going to leave that one out.
That'll be a discussion for another day.
Absolutely, for sure. We've got Senator Rob Stamridge coming up. Also, Andrew Lopez, Canadian County GOP chair. After the break, this is the Tod Tucker Show on 1640 The Eagle.
Call.
Wow.
Call.
That is what I would call an eagle.
Call. We have to fill a few more calls.
Oh, well, then why didn't you tell me to keep talking, and I would have kept talking?
We'll be right back.
Owned and operated company on a mission to provide affordable quality firearms gear and training. Well, we've got some friends and fellow warriors over at artillerynation.com that can get you and your troops squared away today. Check them out on Facebook at Artillery Nation LLC, or visit artillerynation.com to check out their custom Cerakote projects, firearms training, and t-shirts to show your support for veterans everywhere. Semper.
Is your kitchen looking sad these days? Are you tired of looking at that old, dated bathroom? From rooftops to those unsightly holes in the walls, Complete Contracting has got you covered. Call 405-676-0595 today to schedule an estimate. Once again, that number is 405-676-0595. And remember, Complete Contracting has the contracting expertise for all your renovation and repair needs.
Hello, yo! Are you looking for a veteran-owned and operated company on a mission to provide affordable quality firearms gear and training? Well, we've got some friends and fellow warriors over at artillerynation.com that can get you and your troops squared away today. Check them out on Facebook at Artillery Nation LLC, or visit artillerynation.com to check out their custom Cerakote projects, firearms training, and t-shirts to show your support for veterans everywhere. Semper.
The Canadian County Republican Party says they weren't surprised to have pushback on a first draft letter to lawmakers, now tweaked and finalized before they return to session. In their words, it's a conversation that needs to be had.
When it violates life, liberty, or property, I have to stand up as an elected official in the party and say our government is getting it wrong.
Andrew Lopez, speaking as chairman of the Canadian County Republican Party, the group behind this letter addressing issues like abortion, property tax, and educational funding. Its original draft stating in part, quote, a better pathway would be to abolish public education, which is not a proper role of government. That exact language no longer in its final version.
We charge property tax to the citizens, and if you do not pay, you lose your property. That means we have zero property rights. It means we're renters in the state of Oklahoma. And that's why we need to eliminate the property tax. Not saying that public education will go away, but we need to find a proper way to fund it if it shall exist.
Ways, he says, like endowments and sponsorships. The group also suggesting legislation would require school districts to direct at least 65% of their annual spend to the classroom.
And really, you need to take that in context and look big picture across the nation. There aren't states that are spending 65% in the classroom.
Sean Heim with the Oklahoma State School Boards Association says that ask is not just vague, but it's been brought up in the past.
It didn't get any traction nationally or in Oklahoma because it's an arbitrary number with no real definition. You have local school boards looking at what they need, and the idea of spending, quote, 65% or 60% or a number in the classroom means what are you going to eliminate? Are you going to eliminate counselors? Teacher assistants, assistant principals.
What we're pushing for is to challenge the idea that we just keep pouring money into education without getting down to the finer details and saying, okay, where is this money going? Why isn't education improving?
Moving forward, all parties involved are asking the hard questions.
And how do we improve education in Oklahoma? How do we work with Governor Stitt on his goal to be top 10 in education, for our teachers to be #1 in the region?
At the state capitol, Lily Zhang, Oklahoma.
Cannon faces up to 5 years in prison when she is sentenced in February. Washington County commissioners have appointed a new sheriff to replace current Sheriff Rick Silver, who retires at the end of December. Sergeant Scott Owen will fill the remaining 2 years of Silver's term in office. A man and a woman are accused of breaking into several cars parked at a Catoosa casino. Cedric Burleson and Lindsay Hogans are both arrested after a security guard at the Hard Rock Casino spotted the pair acting suspiciously in the parking lot. A proposed Norman City ordinance requiring all cats and dogs older than 6 months to be spayed or neutered could go to a vote early next year. City officials held a public hearing last night to get input about the proposal. They say it would combat the growing number of unwanted animals euthanized. This is the ONN.
Owning your own business is one of the most rewarding things you'll ever do. But it certainly isn't easy. For nearly 50 years, business owners have been getting the help they need from SCORE, all for free.
My SCORE mentor helped me take the first step.
He helped me create a business plan and helped me implement it. SCORE mentors are passionate about sharing their expertise to help small businesses achieve success.
I could not have done it alone.
Whether you're a startup or an existing business, SCORE mentors can help you achieve your goals and help your business grow. With more than 12,000 volunteers with real-world business experience, SCORE is ready and willing to help make your dreams come true.
SCORE helped me to make the unimaginable possible, all for free.
Visit SCORE.org to get started today. SCORE, for the life of your business.
Northwest Expressway in Oklahoma City, and a flashing object resembling a UFO. It's the Tod Tucker Show on 1640 The Eagle.
Hey, Tod Tucker here. Telephone number 405-608-4377, 405-608-4377. With me is my good friend, Andrew Lopez, who's the chairman of Frosty Says.
Let's do Colorado County.
It's Canadian County.
Dank Neem County.
Being Canadian has never been so American. Good morning, America.
Good morning. Now, you wrote a letter, and I found the letter. I read it over the weekend, and you were actually the media has reached out to you, the other media, the media that doesn't count like we do.
Yeah.
They've actually.
Well, we appreciate them, though.
So yeah, we do appreciate them, absolutely. But
we appreciate their support.
But I happen to have seen. I thought, who is this strapping young man on TV? And I'm like, oh, Andrew got a haircut, man. Yeah,
This
he got a haircut.
strapping young man on TV. I didn't realize you were 100.
He got a haircut, and I was like, wow.
I missed it.
I almost didn't recognize you.
I have to bring this up.
Yeah.
So, Andrew, you have a regular people haircut now.
Right. Yeah. I'm just meeting people for work and
stand
trying to do different business stuff.
Yeah,
so
get the
I just
swoosh
wanna-
back, dude. People,
You got to get the old hair back.
people love like the hip young millennial. Like that's what they go for.
Yeah, you got to get the hair back. Get the hair back. All right, so let's talk about your letter that you wrote.
Okay.
We have to adjust in here. Rob got here, so everyone's got to move over one seat.
Okay, so come on in and let's talk about your letter that you wrote.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you want to just go ahead and read it, and we can kind of stop where you want to discuss.
Okay. Yeah. And stop me when you want to discuss.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
Senator Stanner, just this one's going to be hitting your office here next week when we get everything ready. So this letter is from the Canadian County Republican Party to the entire 2019 Oklahoma legislature.
Mm-hmm.
And so it starts this way. It says, congratulations on being chosen to represent your district. It is now up to you to determine whether or not you will be a blessing or a curse for the citizens you represent. You have been placed in your position to defend our liberty, uphold our God-given inalienable rights, and establish justice. Citizens and lobbyists will come to you requesting that special rights and treatments be afforded to certain groups or industries through the law. Deny these requests. It is an abuse of government for it to be used for the advantage of one group over another, i.e. business tax credits. Leadership may request that you support certain bills in order to have your bills recognized and heard. You may even be promised support for your next election can't compromise your office. It belongs to the people you represent. If this situation occurs, please report it to the news stations and us to expose the corruption of our government. If you are a teacher who has entered the legislature with the purpose of increasing funding for Oklahoma classrooms, please consider that without the tax increases of House Bill 1010XX, our state saw increased revenue by almost $1.2 billion over the last year's collections. Rather than raise taxes, it would be more appropriate to find budget savings and efficiencies with forensic audits and by cutting administrative costs through school district consolidations and downsizing the Oklahoma State Department of Education.
Now let's stop right there for a second. Teachers want to, raising taxes is the way to get money for education, and that's not the case. We had money, right?
Correct. That's what we're trying to highlight.
Okay.
In pointing out that we had over $1.2 billion increase in revenue collections, which pays 3 times over for the teacher salary increase that we were fighting for, when Greg Treat said we had to relieve the pressure by raising taxes, that was not true. Okay. And the legislators that were targeted by Chris Canada, who were calling for it check out the efficencies.
I haven't gotten him to come on the show, by the way. I wonder why.
Yeah,
I wonder why.
I wonder why. Yeah. But now you know, we look at this and still they're going to come into the Capitol and try to raise our taxes even more. And we do not need to raise taxes. We have over 500 school districts in a state that has 77 counties. Yep. We need to have school districts limited to the county level.
Agreed.
And this is what we're going to state here in the next lines here.
Keep going.
So let's go. Realistically, there should be at most a school district for each county with additional school districts allowed for Oklahoma City and Tulsa. If public education shall continue as a state institution, we should move towards reducing its dependence on the tax structure by funding it through such means as sponsorships, advertising, endowments, tuition fees, etc. Very few of our 500-plus school districts spend at least 65% of their budgets in the classroom. We insist that you pass legislation that requires school districts to direct at least 65% of their annual spend to the classroom, where the two most important people are, the teacher and the student. So we can hit those last 2 cents there too. What I was saying about the school districts, we always hear these school districts complain about losing schools by consolidation. Guess what? I don't want to shut down schools. I want to cut administration costs.
Exactly.
I want to limit our school districts to a realistic system that respects the borders that we already have established in our state according to the counties. It only makes sense because that way you don't have to deal with the other counties' taxes collecting from this county or this county here. It's limited to the county. You're only making calculations based on that county.
And I want a tax structure that makes sense. I want school districts that make sense. The reason why we fail at this stuff all the time is it's too complicated and we're doing things that we ought not to. And we'll get to that subject here after we get through the letter.
Okay.
So we are addressing issues from the standpoint of these are stated beliefs supported by the Republican Party platform.
Okay.
And I even have highlights that we can go through if we have time. But for those of you out there who think that we're crazy for stating this stuff, guess what? This is what the Republican Party believes according to the Oklahoma GOP platform.
Right.
I'm not crazy. I'm just a representative of the party.
That makes you crazy.
Not necessarily.
And if you have a problem with that,
it makes you crazy when you're talking about the entitled class out there. When you're talking about the class of entitled privilege, it makes anybody that speaks like Andrew Lopez crazy.
Yeah.
Because he becomes a threat to that entitled privileged status.
Yeah, no, for sure. I got you there. All right, continue on.
Continuing, our government is involved in activities it should not be. These are some ways by which we can improve Oklahoma. Eliminate all unnecessary licenses and licensing agencies. Government is not the proper arbiter of occupational proficiency and should not entry to a person desiring to enter an industry and start a business. Our state platform is replete that the free market is the best determiner of what business should be, how things should run. We state in our platform that we want the free market to run things as much as possible without government interference. We want government to be as small as possible.
Right.
When you have the government interfering, Andrew Spino talks about all the time how sports broadcasters have to get a license to do what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Why does the government regulate that? I'll tell you why. Because a group of sports broadcasters got some laws passed to limit the number of sports broadcasters that are out there so they can get paid more.
Yeah.
They use the government for their benefit at our detriment. And that's why we cannot allow government to operate this way. And we need to change the way that people think about government, because we don't use government to benefit ourselves. We work hard, we make plans, and we execute. Government is a place where you can make plans America is a place where you can make plans, execute, and live in freedom, and we want to keep it that way. But as long as we have licenses that interfere with our free commerce, we cannot operate freely. You have to get a license to be a used car dealer in this state, and basically it should be every other, as far as I understand. I'll bet everyone has to get a used car dealer's license whenever they go to another state. And why should we have a license to sell an asset?
Mm-hmm.
It makes no sense. That's there to limit the number of car dealers that are in existence. And honestly, if you want to sell a car, you shouldn't have a license. Forget all the requirements that are put on those people, because the only thing that you've expressed by getting that license is you've paid a fee, you've gotten a lot, you have a toilet, and you have insurance.
Right.
That doesn't make you a good car dealer.
No, it does not. Keep going.
All right. Next bullet.
He's on a roll.
Yeah.
He's rolling.
I'm fired up, man.
Get fired up.
This red heart conservatism coming through your radio. All right. Next bullet point. Make changes in the tax structure in order to eliminate the property tax. As long as it is in place, we are never truly landowners. We are no more than renters from the state. The elimination of the property tax would create an increase in wealth, and businesses would flock to our state. You know, and I know, that people will raise up on their haunches and say, if you eliminate the property tax, we cannot properly fund education. Well, let me put a caveat in there. Public education is not a proper role of government. That's the role of parents for their children.
Agreed. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So putting that point where it should be at the front of our minds, property tax.
Do you want government indoctrination of your kids, or do you want control over your kids' education? That's the question.
And the point is, who do the children belong to? The children of the parents, not the states.
That's correct.
With the property tax.
In America, anyway.
In America. God bless America. And so with the property tax, we have a situation where we are funding education through an immoral means of tax collection. We are denying people's property rights, and we are putting them in a place of it's extortion.
Well, it's coercion.
It's coercion, yeah.
It's coercion.
Where you are forcing people. It's like the mafia coming to you and selling you fire insurance.
You know what? Thomas Jefferson actually spoke to that a long time ago.
Go for it,
another
Mark.
crazy nut
Go ahead and
job.
introduce yourself so that way people know who you are.
You think people really
This is Mark Thomas. This is Mark Thomas, our firebrand state committee man from Canadian County Republican Party.
There you go. All right.
You know,
He's from Kingfisher County too there, Frosty.
Kingfisher.
Iceland County. Anyway, go ahead.
Another one of the crazy nut jobs out there that
That's okay.
want to see limited government and everybody represented by
That's
doing
okay. And if you ever want to join the other nut jobs, we hang out at Miller Grill on Saturdays. Aaron Brillback and Frosty and I do. So
you know, I live pretty close to Henry's gun, so I have to join you with my pistol sometime.
You've got to come out with your pistol sometime. All right, let's get to some real important points because we do have Senator Standridge coming up, and I want you to be a part of our conversation on cyberbullying as well.
Okay,
so
good.
Let's get to the big stuff.
So that with the property tax, what I want to say about that is it's not a legitimate way of taxation because it does eliminate our property rights because the government can come and steal your property if you do not pay it. So that's why it should be eliminated regardless of how we think things should be funded. Eliminate all tax credits. Tax credits are the essence of governmental corruption, and they reflect that industrial cronies are able to buy political favors, which provide subsidization for their industries. Bearing in mind that the income tax is a violation of our right to enjoy the fruits of our labor, if imposed, it should be applied equally to all citizens without exception. I think people get that. And the most important point that cannot be forgotten is we must abolish government-sanctioned infanticide, abortion, the murder of the unborn.
Amen. We just talked about that right before you came in.
So we go on to say a curse will remain on this government.
And I'm glad you said infanticide because that's what I call it.
Yeah, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's the murder of the unborn. It's the murder of the infant child in the womb. A curse will remain on this government and this state as long as abortions are allowed to occur with governmental approval through the force of law. God calls children blessings in the Bible.
Amen.
Why should our government participate in the elimination of God's blessing from our land?
I knew you before you were in your mother's womb.
And this goes to the issue of blood guiltiness. What I'm calling for is I do not want our government to participate in sanctioning this activity because there's a curse associated with this.
Agreed.
If we do not protect the most vulnerable in our society, there's a special curse reserved for our government.
We are taking the defenseless and we are slaughtering the defenseless. And people are so upset about what's going on the border with the fact that we've had to send some tear gas over for a few hundred, yet over 72,000 Hispanic babies were aborted in the United States. So you tell me, where's the outrage there? We don't have any. Frosty, we do need to break. We're running over a little bit. This is the Tod Tucker Show. Andrew Lopez, Canadian County GOP chairs with us. Rob Standridge, Senator from Norman, and we're going to talk about cyberbullying all straight ahead. The Tod Tucker Show is on the Eagle.
Is your kitchen looking sad these days? Are you tired of looking at that old, dated bathroom? From rooftops to those unsightly holes in the walls, Complete Contracting has got you covered. Call 405-676-0595 today to schedule an estimate. Once again, that number is 405-676-0595. And remember, Complete Contracting has the contracting expertise for all your renovation and repair needs.
Hello, you! Are you looking for a veteran-owned and operated company on a mission to provide affordable quality firearms gear and training? Well, we've got some friends and fellow warriors over at artillerynation.com that can get you and your troops squared away today. Check them out on Facebook at Artillery Nation LLC or visit artillerynation.com to check out their custom Cerakote projects, firearms training, and t-shirts to show your support for veterans everywhere. Semper.
matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
The Tod Tucker Show is on 405-608-4377. Joining us, Senator Rob Standridge and, of course, Andrew Lopez, Canadian County GOP chair.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about cyberbullying. And, Rob, you and I have talked about doing a show like this for a long time, and we had a little hitch in our get-along or whatever they call it, so we weren't able to do it back when we wanted to do it, so we're going to do it now. And I want to know exactly what you're doing. Obviously, this is something that you're working on the state level and through education. So, Rob, first of all, great to see you, my good friend, again.
Yeah, great to be here. Tom.
We've got to go and have what was that place we ate the mac and cheese the burger on the mac with the mac. I mean, yeah, we got to go back there.
It was a fancy mac and cheese. It had all sorts of stuff.
Yeah,
that was good
yeah.
stuff.
You and I are due to go back there.
Yeah,
okay?
It was great.
All right.
Man, been missing you. It's great to have you here. Great to be here, Todd.
It's great to have you here, sir.
Yeah.
So, Senator, let's talk about cyberbullying and how things have changed since we were kids. And, you know, Andrew's still a young little chap. Go ahead and bring the mic over there, Andrew.
strapping young lad.
He's a strapping young lad that got a haircut, but
looking sharp. I like this is the hair club for men.
Well, with the exception,
with one exception,
with the exception of.
Okay, well, you got the facial hair club. For men.
I do have the facial hair club for men. Yes. So, Rob, in working on cyberbullying, what is the difference between bullying today and bullying back when you and I were in middle school? Elementary school, middle school, into high school.
Yeah, and listen, bullying has been around forever. Bullying will be around forever. So my whatever campaign on this issue is not about the fact that we want to eliminate bullying. We would love to. That's not a possibility. What I want to eliminate is what's happened to bullying over the last 10 years, and that is Facebook. As I'm waving to Frosty, and I don't know how to wave. So Frosty may say, well, you know, you don't even know how to use Facebook. Yeah. But the reality is social media has changed the dynamic in bullying to a level of brutality that's hard to even fathom.
So is it mainly on Facebook, or do you find it also on Instagram, Snapchat, and other platforms as well?
The experts, the young people that are talking to me about this, tells me it's everywhere. But the statistics are very interesting. So the statistics are growing in bullying overall. But the one most troubling statistic is the attempted suicides. In other words, kids have always said they think about suicides, but now when we actually do the stats, we're getting into double digits on kids that are actually attempting suicide. These are astronomical increases in statistics. And when you look at and you try to equate that to the change, all you have to do is look at the new statistic, which is the number of kids that are being cyberbullied, which is a separate. So people say, well, bullying is about a fourth of the kids are reported being bullied. Yeah, that's about right. That's up, but it's not horrific up. But then you look at that, there's near 20% of kids, a separate statistic, that report being cyberbullied. And some of that is obviously additive. So you can take the 25 and not add 20 to it, but I'm sure you can add 10 to it. Therefore, we're getting a third of the kids probably that are being bullied, and a fraction of those, a good fraction of those, I would say a lot of young teen girls maybe in areas where they're just not, they're not ready to handle this kind of trauma. And they're having to deal with that, and they're dealing with it in a way that's not good. And we as adults are showing the bullies how to do this, and that has to stop.
Yeah, because we've got bullies. You say something on something political on Facebook, for example, and people will attack you, call you every name under the sun, and young people are able to watch now people actually calling our president names that, I mean, this is becoming an epidemic that not only exists among young people, but it also exists among adults. And if adults aren't minding their P's and Q's, then it's going to trickle down to the kids, because the kids are going to say, well, mom and dad are bullies, therefore it's okay for me to be a bully.
Yeah.
And the worst thing that could happen is for you to not be aware that your child is being bullied, and to come in one day and find that they have they're hanging, or they have slit their wrist, or they've done something in desperation. And social media has exasperated it, but, you know, as you said, bullying existed back when we were in school. The difference is we could get away from it when we went home. Now we're at home, and it hits us because you've got kids on gaming systems now, so they can be bullied with the headset on. You've got Facebook and Instagram and Snapchat.
No. Yeah, it's different. Andrew, I bet it's even different from when, I mean,
Yeah.
when did you graduate? Last year? When was it? He says, Rob, look at my beard.
Yeah.
Not last year.
Yeah, 2005.
Okay. Yeah. So,
Facebook just came out.
oh, yeah. So that's actually really, this didn't get rolling until just a few years ago.
Yeah.
And Todd, going back in time, you and I, for the most part, when we encountered bullying, I was more of the bullied. Then I wasn't really a bully, but I encountered bullying, not to a horrible extent, but was bullied some. Huh? Nerd alert. That's right.
Yeah.
I don't have my pocket protector in today, but
that's okay.
Or my
glasses
my
with
glasses.
the tape. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. But all of us experienced that on one side or the other, or we viewed it. But typically, eventually there was a confrontation.
Right.
Eventually there was something.
Yeah, it was resolved in some way.
Right. In some way.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and let's
today
take a look. Somebody made a very valid point. We're going to have to take a break, but Bobby Cleveland was bullied in Noble when he was running for re-election.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about that coming up here on the other
And
side of the
and
break.
in school. Let's go back a few years. And in
Yeah,
school as well.
And in
so.
school as well. Yeah, we go. The Tod Tucker Show is on. We've got Senator Rob Stanbridge, also Andrew Lopez of the Canadian County
Better believe it.
GOP. He is the chairman. And I'm just a precinct chairman. I feel like, insignificant little member of the hair club for men or something. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to talk more about cyberbullying and how to prevent it coming up next here on the Tod Tucker Show. Don't go away. We're on 1640 The Eagle.
In the summer of 2018, despite a fierce and well-financed opposition, the state of Oklahoma passed State Question 788, giving the citizens the most open medical marijuana system in the U.S.
Young people of Oklahoma spoke last night, and they said they wanted medical marijuana.
Critics tried to frame 788 as being too loosely written, pointing to the bill's lack of qualifying conditions. Proponents countered that the bill would allow maximum access to the widest range of patients. State Question 788 passed by more than 13 points. My friends call me Grumpy. I'm a citizen lobbyist on the front lines of the cannabis revolution in the great state of Oklahoma. I represent not only the 507,000 individuals that voted for medical cannabis, but my fellow citizens who need this medicine. Join us as we travel the state to meet with politicians, activists, business owners, but most importantly, patients.
About the FISA. I'm here with Congressman from Texas, District 1, right?
That's it.
Louis Gohmert. Mr. Gohmert, could you tell us, are you supporting, first of all, are you supporting Jim Jordan for Speaker? Obviously, you're here.
You bet.
And then where are you hearing where things are with the FISA, the D-class of the FISA docs?
Well,
They look like they've been put on hold.
I was with the President of the Oval Office 2 weeks ago. I was encouraging him to declassify. He wanted to declassify, but he actually still asked some people around and said, well, we need to go slow on this. Go slow, my foot.
Right. Years ago.
I have intelligence friends that say there's no reason not to declassify.
Okay.
It would only take an hour to make sure it's reviewed.
Right.
We're not talking about sources and methods, really.
No.
The reason that they have continued to object to declassification is just like we've seen for the last year or two, they don't want things being revealed that make them look bad.
Right.
Well,
so people are irritated and they're ready for arrests. So do you foresee that in the next?
The president is in a terrible situation. He still has some deep state people around him. Jeff Sessions has lots of deep state people like Rosenstein, who apparently has been engaged in an effort to have a coup to take down a duly elected president. So anyway, he needs to go. Hopefully, he'll either come to Congress and testify within the next few days, or he'll resign, one or the other. But he needs to give answers, or he needs to voluntarily resign.
We want to thank you from Oklahoma Taxpayers Unite for your continued fight up here. We love you.
Thank you so
much. Appreciate
and
it.
Thank God for Oklahoma.
The Canadian County Republican Party says they weren't surprised to have pushback on a first draft letter to lawmakers, now tweaked and finalized before they return to session. In their words, it's a conversation that needs to be had.
When it violates life, liberty, or property, I have to stand up as an elected official in the party and say our government is getting it wrong.
Andrew Lopez, speaking as chairman of the Canadian County Republican Party, the group behind this letter addressing issues like abortion, property tax, and educational funding. Its original draft stating in part, quote, a better pathway would be to abolish public education, which is not a proper role of government. That exact language no longer in its final version.
We charge property tax to the citizens, and if you do not pay, you lose your property. That means we have zero property rights. It means we're renters in the state of Oklahoma. And that's why we need to eliminate the property tax. Not saying that public education will go away, but we need to find a proper way to fund it if it shall exist.
Ways, he says, like endowments and sponsorships. The group also suggesting legislation would require school districts to direct at least 65% of their annual spend to the classroom.
And really, you need to take that in context and look big picture across the nation. There aren't states that are spending 65% in the classroom.
Sean Heim with the Oklahoma State School Boards Association says that ask is not just vague, but it's been brought up in the past.
It didn't get any traction nationally or in Oklahoma because it's an arbitrary number with no real definition. You have local school boards looking at what they need.
Welcome back to the Tod Tucker Show, walking like an Egyptian. We're talking about cyberbullying with Senator Rob Stamridge. And, Senator, I always forget your district.
It's Senate District 15, which is
15.
Most of Cleveland County and a little bit of Oklahoma County.
I was born in Cleveland County. Speaking of Cleveland, we're talking about cyberbullying and just bullying in general. And I mentioned before the break, Bobby Cleveland, who was running for re-election in his House district, was bullied in Noble at a parade by some competitors.
I didn't know that.
You did not know that.
Didn't know.
He had his family, he had his children, his wife, his grandchildren. They're in a parade, and the competition got behind him, and they heckled him, and they jeered him the entire parade down the streets, the main street of Noble.
Well,
so you don't have to be a child to be bullied, but of course we're talking about cyberbullying of children because people like Bobby obviously know that you're going to have things like that happen, and we're not talking about people that are going to, adults are usually not going to harm themselves due to bullying. They have a little better grasp on how to deal with it. But as far as kids go, what is the most common thing kids are bullied about or that you find in talking to kids?
Well, bullying is hard to describe, but you know it when you see it. So it's very difficult. The way I always put it is it's typically always born out of hatred, which ends up with envy and jealousy. Those typical things that humans have, the traits that we have, that are the worst of our traits. We take it out on other kids because of those issues. But what the only thing you talked a little bit before the break about what do we do, and I'm telling you, if adults don't start correcting our ways, because typically in the past, adults do their stupid things in bars and in dance clubs and on the streets and stuff, and kids see it every now and then as foolishness, but we don't really create a role model of those things in the past. But today on social media, through the advent of keyboard courage, adults can be complete morons, and they show children how to be the worst that they can be. And if we don't change that, this is only going to continue to spiral out of control, because kids do it with abandon. Because once they take on that and they seek success from bullying, because they see
it gains attention.
Right, and they're successful. It's a successful tactic. It works well for adults online. They get their way. They sit in their little pink bathrobe at their computer and they trash somebody, whether it's
making the memes, right?
Right, whether it's
those dank memes, Frosty.
Well, and I don't want to get into politics. I'm not focusing on politics. I mean, just in general, whether it's a coworker,
right,
or somebody that they're jealous of that got a promotion they didn't, or this, that, or other. I mean, they're trashing those people online, and their kids see that, other kids see that, and pretty soon they say, "Hey, that works. I can show little Susan what a moron she is by trashing her on Facebook." And nobody will know the wiser, but yet I'll make her feel like crap, and maybe she will commit suicide. I think some kids go down that dark path and they wish those things. Everybody has dark dreams and dark fantasies, so we enable those worst tendencies of human traits and natures online, and we've got to stop doing that. I'm going to run legislation that hopefully will help lead us down a path of more civility online, but at the end of the day, adults are going to have to choose.
What's the legislation going to cover? What's it going to look like?
Two things I'm going to do. I was going to do more, but I've narrowed it down to two things. One is a code of conduct for all state employees that work for the state in any capacity in any subdivision. Just an online code of conduct. And so if we as state employees, and I belong into that category, can begin to behave ourselves with the threat of possibly losing our job or something if we don't, maybe others will see, maybe that's the right behavior to follow. And then the other one would be if somebody has 3 cases of documented bullying, that they can choose to go where they want to go to school. So a lot of times what kids are faced with, if they're, almost all the kids are going to virtual charter schools, which is okay. I mean, that's a choice. But maybe for, let's say, little Susie, I use as an example, maybe that's not staying at home in a virtual school. Maybe it's not the best choice for her. Maybe the Catholic school down the street is a better choice, or charter school in Oklahoma City, or whatever. So
it would enable a type of voucher program?
Right. Well, we would do probably some type of scholarship program similar to Opportunity Scholarship. Instead of the voucher, I think that's what Florida uses as a scholarship program. So we're kind of modeling after the Hope Scholarship Program in Florida.
How is it funded?
It's funded through some dedicated, probably like the Opportunity Scholarship. We haven't fleshed that completely out yet, but probably somewhat similar to Opportunity Scholarship.
So it comes from tax revenues, gets put into a special account.
Yes. Yeah.
Sort of thing.
Correct. Yeah. Some type of dedicated revenue would go there, or maybe contributions from citizens. Something, either mesh of that.
So if a kid, if a number of kids choose to utilize this fund and it runs out, just troubleshooting what happens at that point.
Just like Opportunity Scholarship, it just runs out. So it's a lottery program, so that the kids put their name in there. But this is a high bar to meet, and similar to Florida, I don't think you're going to see, a huge flood. The Hope Scholarship, although it just launched this year, but I think what you're going to see is a parent just can't say, "Hey, I don't like the school. You have to have 3 documented cases."
What kind of response are you getting from educators on this?
I have not even talked about the Hope Scholarship before, so I assume we'll. For me, it's always for the children. Whatever is best for the child. To me, I mean, I was at a recent event, and I won't even say what it was, but it was a project that was being proposed for a community that was very much a child. It's totally unpolitical, by the way. It's not a political thing, but it was a project for children.
Well, people don't understand. Not everything we do is political.
Right.
So
for me,
we do have lives. We have lives outside of politics, right?
Well, I ran for office because one day I ended up with children, and so that changed my world point of view.
Right.
Anyway, so I was at this event, and you can't argue that it wasn't a project being done for children. So several people came there in favor of this project. And with children, they brought their children there. And then some people started complaining about the politics of it, about this, that, or the other. And I was amazed that some of the people that came there in favor for the children now changed their mind and came up and spoke against it.
Wow.
And I'm like, okay, if I came there with something that was in favor of my children, there could be 10,000 people that told me that it bothered them. But if it's still best for my children, I don't care. For me, that's the only thing that matters. That's my most important job on this planet, is not to make those other people happy, but to make the world the best for my children. So for me, this Hope Scholarship is about children. I mean, so it's not about education. It's not about that. It's about what's best for those children. And so how to fund it in this environment will be difficult. So we'll see.
Would there be a way to write the law say, the money that would be placed on that child and that school would follow them to whatever school that they choose to go to?
That would be the idea, is that you would just if you have a child that just cannot seem to get past this problem at that school and they have the documented cases to prove it, then they would be able to take that scholarship wherever they wanted to take it.
And the reason why I'm pressing this point is I'd hate for the fund to have a certain amount of money and then it would run out, and then there's going to be that one kid that can't utilize what we're trying to do for them. I mean, I think I want what you're saying to happen, right? And so what I'm making a suggestion for is somehow write the law to where it's not dependent on the fund. It just says the same money that would be spent on that child at that school would go to the next one,
Ideally, that's how I'd like to do it. I think right now in our education environment, even visiting with Governor-elect Stitt, is that should be the way it should be crafted, in my opinion. However, some would argue that we haven't taken care of the education issue. So why would I don't want to lose 100 kids we could help, mire them, make them wait a year.
What has the governor-elect had to say about what you're doing in your legislation?
I have not spoken with him about it. I just heard him say publicly that we do have some more work to do in education.
Well, he's got 6 children, so you know that he knows how important this issue is.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure he would. I don't want to speak for him. I haven't spoken with him about this, but I would say that I have heard him say publicly that we have some education challenges. So I don't want.
Do you plan to speak with him about it?
Oh yeah, absolutely, for sure.
I think it'd be an easy argument to make because it's just an accounting matter at that point. You don't lose money.
Yeah, no, Andrew, I agree with you 1,000%. What I want to do is not waste a year.
Yeah.
I ran an ESA last year, which was very limited to very poor children and homeless children, and that didn't make it past the second committee process. So I definitely want to try to help as many kids as we can. I kind of look at it like the pro-life issue. I had an author a few years ago that ran a bill I call the heartbeat bill. Dr. Coburn ran this on the federal level. I'm a big believer in this bill, and it would save lives, in my opinion. But we changed the bill somewhere in the process to something different that both me and the author and others agreed wouldn't save children. So my concern there was, why don't we run something that could save a few lives versus something that's doomed to fail and not save any. So I look at this the same way. If we have to take baby steps, let's do it. I would love to take the big step. But let's be patient.
And if Governor Stitt can.
If he got behind your option, So if you get a chance to speak with him, I'll change mine.
It's more efficient, but whatever you need help with, just let me know.
Yeah, it's a big issue.
We'll definitely, hopefully, have the governor-elect in here pretty soon and be able to talk about it. We're going to take a break real fast. Senator Rob Standridge with us also. We've got Andrew Lopez, chairman of the Canadian County GOP, all straight ahead on the Tod Tucker Show. We'll be right back.
Is your kitchen looking sad these days? Are you tired of looking at that old, dated bathroom? From rooftops to those unsightly holes in the walls, Complete Contracting has got you covered. Call 405-676-0595 today to schedule an estimate. Once again, that number is 405-676-0595. And remember, Complete Contracting has the contracting expertise for all your renovation and repair needs.
Hello, yo! Are you looking for a veteran-owned and operated company on a mission to provide affordable quality firearms gear and training? Well, we've got some friends and fellow warriors over at artillerynation.com that can get you and your troops squared away today. Check them out on Facebook at Artillery Nation LLC or visit artillerynation.com to check out their custom Cerakote projects, firearms training, and t-shirts to show your support for veterans everywhere. Simple.
Walk like a Honduran.
Got to get myself plugged back in here. I'm always pulling the plug. Don't ever put me in charge of you. Don't ever put me in charge of you at the hospital, Frosty. I'll trip over the plug by accident.
Are you like Elaine? You'd rip it like you're starting a mower?
I would, exactly. I'd be like,
That's the Seinfeld. I think Frosty, the Seinfeld inside jokes just went right over you. Sorry about that.
He didn't get it. No soup for you. Okay, Senator Rob Standridge with us, and we're District 15 down in Norman, State Senator, and we're talking about cyberbullying. And you are going to talk with Governor-elect Stitt about your legislation. Have you spoken with leadership in the Senate about this, and what kind of response have you gotten from them?
No, not really. I haven't really spoken.
Do they plan to do anything this year, Rob? Besides, I mean.
Well, I'm very honored to be in leadership in the Senate. So we have an agenda that we're working on in Senate leadership. I tell you, one of the things we struggle with in the Senate, in the Republican Party in the Senate, is that we have accomplished a lot. The Republicans have over the years,
right?
Whether it's tort reform, workers' comp reform, and other things, tax decreases, tax increase. But it's. So we are working on that, but continue to challenge us. I mean, we need folks out in the public challenging us as leaders.
You're one of the good guys, though. You're one of the conservative leaders there, but we've got some people that I kind of wonder about, mainly on the House side. And I know that there's.
Let's go pick on the House. I'm good with that.
I would be happy to pick on the House here for a second, like Chris Canady, for example. And some of those other people that I can't get to come on the show. You just won't come on.
Well, maybe it's because how long you been here, Todd? So get your.
I've been here a month.
So yeah. I think I keep talking to him, keep inviting him
because
can you help us do some of that marketing? Encouraging them to get on the show for Todd.
I mean, I think they'll want to be on the show as your audience increases and you're a very entertaining guy, Todd. You do a great job on the radio. I think they'll want to come on and banter with you. Why wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, and I'm going to be tough, just like I'm tough on everybody. And I was criticized for being tough on Lieutenant Governor Lamb when he was running for governor. I was criticized for being tough on Governor-elect Stitt. I'm tough on everybody because I feel like if you're going to run for governor, if you're seeking to run for governor, you need to be prepared to answer the questions. And but I was not tough on anybody like I was the Libertarian candidate for governor. That guy, that poor, did you see that, Andrew? No, that was, I mean, it was, Frosty will tell you, it was a brutal exchange.
I like Chris, so I want his help on stuff.
I like Chris as well, but I couldn't get Chris to answer questions. I was
very non-committal, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was extremely non. Did you see it?
Oh yeah. Over and over he said, I don't know what I would do on that vote. Why would you want somebody that's a governor that can't make a decision on?
And I'm saying 1010XX is in front of you right now. It's in front of you right now. Do you sign it? Do you veto it? I don't know. It's in front of you right now, but I'm not governor. Yes, but you are. Let's pretend you are governor. Let's pretend for a second you are governor.
Hey, I'll do it every day. Let's play.
Let's pretend you are governor. Do you sign it or do you not? I don't know. I mean, I couldn't get any kind of committal.
He's probably guilty of reading all those articles that say the least you do, the more likely you are to be reelected. So, well, if I don't do anything and don't admit to anything, then people will vote for me.
So he's hoping by in the first place not getting elected.
Yeah. First, you got to get elected. Typically, they say they're going to do a lot when they're running for office, so that's unusual. Not to.
Well, and I have high hopes for Governor-elect Stitt. I believe he's going to do a great job. I think he's going to do great things for Oklahoma, as Donald Trump has done for the United States.
I do as well. I think the world of Kevin Stitt. I was, no offense to anybody else, but I've been a supporter a long time of now Governor-elect Stitt, and I'm very excited about what he brings to the governor's mansion and what he brings to the Capitol. Something, that we've seen in Trump. Obviously, Kevin Stitt is not Trump. He's different. He's
right.
He has a little bit different way of.
Well, he's an
folks.
Okie. He's not a New Yorker, and people need to understand. That a lot of the things that bother people about Donald Trump is he's a New Yorker, and the way he says things, that's the way New Yorkers talk.
Was my good friend Dr. Coburn told me the other day he's a stud, and I believe that. So I think Kevin Stitt's going to impress people. In
Dr. Coburn said that about me, really?
No, about I'm sure he meant the same about you, but yeah. Yeah. Good one, Todd. Yeah. But I'm excited about Kevin Stitt. I really am. Governor-elect Stitt.
I'm extremely excited. I'm also extremely excited about your legislation, and I would like for you to tell me and to tell our listeners exactly how we can help you to get this legislation through, and how we can bring cyberbullying awareness not only to students but also to their parents. I think one of the most important things is pay attention to what your kids do online. Pay attention to who your kids are gaming with. Pay attention to who your kids, grab their phone every once in a while, see who they're texting. I mean, that's an invasion of my privacy. Well, you know what? In most cases, as a parent, I'm paying for your cell phone. Therefore,
I get copies of all of that on my cell phone, and I run apps that track all of that. So when I bought my oldest her first cell phone here recently, my other kids have the little iPods, so it's the same thing.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
right.
So I think parents, if they're not tracking everything, they're walking blind. They don't know what's going on. It's as bad as the drug problem. I mean, in the past we dealt a lot with kids that experimented with drugs, and parents would turn a blind eye to that.
Right.
You can't turn a blind eye to any of these things.
I mean, and when I'm thinking, I know I'm not a father, but if you develop,
that you're aware of,
but you had a father.
I'm not.
You have
father.
a father.
Yeah, I have a father. But the developing strong relationships, I think, is what we're talking about between parents and their kids.
Yep.
And I think that's everything that Todd's talking about. If a father can instill in their children the self-confidence, that the belief in that child, then even if that child is bullied or attention is given to them in a negative way, that child knows that the father thinks a certain way about him.
You're exactly right, Andrew. We have, some people say, we have a breakdown in family. Obviously, I can tell by the way you speak that you have strong role models in your life. And so that's fantastic. And for those, and I know Todd reaches out to others where he sees they need some guidance. And I mean, when men and women do those things, I think it really helps young people. I'd also say when mom or dad sit down at the computer at midnight with the little bathrobes and the fuzzy slippers on, instead of typing on the keyboard, go outside and yell and cuss at your neighbor, because you'll harm your children yet less by yelling and cussing at the
you'll
neighbors.
Also be embarrassed if you do that.
Right. But you should be embarrassed when you do it online. That's exactly the sad.
Right.
That's the sad testimony here, is they feel like they're somehow courageous by saying the most absurd things.
And I've had people say some really, really nasty things online to me.
I've seen that, Todd, and it's absolutely ridiculous. No matter what you believe, if somebody has a problem with, go confront our brothers directly before I think he would have said before we posted on social media, if that was available at the time, but certainly before we confront them in public. And so nobody's doing that because they're all cowards.
I have no issue with having a conversation with somebody who disagrees with me. In fact, I welcome it. I welcome it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But the keyboard thing takes a lot of fun out of it. I prefer to talk to somebody and say, let's have a conversation about this, because you're going to be more likely to find a resolution and to some sort of consensus if you're talking rather than if you're typing. And we've come to a society. I mean, I'm going to be having surgery on my right thumb here in the next few weeks because guess what? I text too much.
I thought you've been hitchhiking.
That too. Yes, I've been
between
hitching.
the radio stations.
You have no idea how close I am to hitchhiking. Actually,
I'm sorry.
You have no idea how close I am. It's been a rough year.
Buy your T-shirts now.
Pre-order
the Toolbox T-shirts now.
the Toolbox T-shirts. Yeah. And Frosty's over there texting somebody or other. I don't know what he's doing. He doesn't have a microphone.
He stole the mic.
You take the microphone away from Frosty, and he gets over there and starts texting. But anyway, Jason McCormick is watching us. We want to say hi to Jason. You know Jason, right?
I haven't met him yet.
Jason runs Miller Grill in Yukon.
Hey, Yukon. I'm out there. It's hometown, baby.
Andrew is
Miller
your
Pride.
GOP chairperson, and we need to have a meeting out there. It's good stuff. The Millers, and
old flour mill.
Aaron Brillbeck and I have breakfast there every weekend.
Yeah.
And people come out. In fact, we've had some people that have actually come out to Henry's gun range and shot with us.
Cool.
If you look on that camera there on Fox 25, look, it's on top of our building that we're at right now.
Okay.
That's the view. There's our view.
Lake Hefner.
Isn't that awesome? I had no idea that Fox 25 had a camera.
Can you see it on the
roof here.
radio, people?
Yeah, can you see it? Take a look at this right now. You know they're putting too many screens in cars now. Have you noticed that? Now you've got. I need to reach over here and touch this screen here and try to find my Apple CarPlay.
Yeah.
Oops, the car in front of me just stopped. Bam. Anyway, Rob, I'm looking forward to helping you to get this legislation through. I know that Governor-elect Stitt is going to be extremely happy about it. It's going to be something he's going to get behind, especially being a parent. I believe that a lot of parents will get behind it. I want you to come in and give us updates on the show, just like you used to do.
Absolutely.
So we want to get you in here. We've got a lot nicer digs here than I had before.
Oh, this is awesome. I love the lounge out there. Yeah, so we can.
We've got a great I didn't
lounge. See the chips and the beer, but I think that's coming.
You didn't go to the refrigerator.
Okay,
if you'd gone to the refrigerator, you would have seen the chips and the beer. Trust me, we've got all kinds of stuff out there. And on certain days, our boss Kevin makes breakfast.
Okay.
So if you get here early enough.
So that's the days I need to come in early.
Those are the days because he makes a mean breakfast. Let me tell you something. He's really good at that. And by the way, Andrew, we're gonna go ahead and carry you over into the 9 o'clock hour. But I wanted to remind you it's tamale season.
I brought some Honduran bananas from the caravan down on the border. I didn't have time to put together any burritos or tamales this morning.
No, I'm just saying.
He's having to really try to do an accent there, by the way.
I didn't say we had to have the tamales today. I'm just reminding you it is tamale season after all.
I thought he said cold today, hot tamale.
Yeah.
For those of us who are honorary Latinos, I'm just reminding you that it's tamale season, okay?
Well, you know how we season those tamales, right?
You know, you can't have those at night and not with a flashlight. I want you to know.
And I'm guessing you get to listen every day to our Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez update.
Great representative of my ethnicity, right?
Oh, man, let me tell you something. She's wonderful. We're back right after this break. This is the Tod Tucker Show. Senator Rob Standridge, we'll see you soon. Keep up the great work. Talk to you soon. The Canadian County Republican Party says they weren't surprised to have pushback on a first draft letter to lawmakers, now tweaked and finalized before they return to session. In their words, it's a conversation that needs to be had.
When it violates life, liberty, or property, I have to stand up as an elected official in the party and say our government is getting it wrong.
Andrew Lopez, speaking as chairman of the Canadian County Republican Party, the group behind this letter addressing issues like abortion, property tax, and educational funding. Its original draft stating in part, quote, a better pathway would be to abolish public education, which is not a proper role of government. That exact language no longer in its final version.
We charge property tax to the citizens, and if you do not pay, you lose your property. That means we have zero property rights. It means we're renters in the state of Oklahoma. And that's why we need to eliminate the property tax. Not saying that public education will go away, but we need to find a proper way to fund it if it shall exist.
Ways, he says, like endowments and sponsorships. The group also suggesting legislation would require school districts to direct at least 65% of their annual spend to the classroom.
Really, you need to take that in context and look big picture across the nation. There aren't states that are spending 65% in the classroom.
Sean Heim with the Oklahoma State School Boards Association says that ask is not just vague, but it's been brought up in the past.
It didn't get any traction nationally or in Oklahoma because it's an arbitrary number with no real definition. You have local school boards looking at what they need, and the idea of spending, quote, 65% or 60% or a number in the classroom means what are you going to eliminate? Are you going to eliminate counselors, teacher assistants, assistant principals?
What we're pushing for is to challenge the idea that we just keep pouring money into education without getting down to the finer details and saying, okay, where is this money going? Why isn't education improving?
Moving forward, all parties involved are asking the hard questions.
And how do we improve education in Oklahoma? How do we work with Governor Stitt on his goal to be top 10 in education, for our teachers to be #1 in the region?
At the state capitol, Lily Zhang.
Oklahoma has one of the worst rates of uninsured drivers in all of the country. But now the state will start using cameras to catch those driving without insurance. It starts November 1st with 5 cameras along busy highways in Tulsa and Oklahoma City. Eventually, there'll be at least 30 cameras statewide. On Oklahoma roads, 1 in 4 drivers don't carry auto insurance. But starting next week, in the first of its kind program in the country, cameras will identify those drivers by matching their driver's license number with a database of uninsured drivers.
We are able to plug into real time with insurance companies. So if you go get insurance with your insurance agent, we should know real time that you have insurance.
Drivers who don't have insurance will be fined $174 and will have to get insurance for at least 2 years or face criminal charges. You may be wondering who's paying for this. We're told the cameras and their maintenance are paid for by a private company, a company that will get a percentage of the fines.
The state of Oklahoma will pay nothing to get that in place. This program is going to be paid for by the people that are violating the law, that are sending this money in.
But officials say the program will likely save Oklahomans money because insurance companies won't be forced to pay claims.
It is 6:45. OU will soon start selling beer at sporting events. The Board of Regents voting yesterday to allow alcohol sales at games.
News 9's Chris Gilmore explains the timeline for the changes. Chris, good morning.
Good morning. We could see these changes go into effect as soon as basketball season this year. We've been told that OU President Jim Gallagher was one of the people who recommended the changes at yesterday's Board of Regents meeting for the sale and advertisement of alcohol at certain sporting events here at the University of Oklahoma. The Board of Regents made the decision Wednesday to follow through during their meeting at Cameron University in Lawton. Sales will be introduced at this year's basketball games, but won't be available at football games until next year. Baseball and softball games will also be included in this experience.
Is your kitchen looking sad these days? Are you tired of looking at that old, dated bathroom? From rooftops to those unsightly holes in the walls, Complete Contracting has got you covered. Call 405-676-0595 today to schedule an estimate. Once again, that number is 405-676-0595. And remember, Complete Contracting has the contracting expertise for all your renovation and repair needs.
High above the Northwest Expressway in Oklahoma City, in a flashing object resembling a UFO, it's the Tod Tucker Show on 1640 The Eagle.
Hello, everybody. Tod Tucker here. Telephone number 405-608-4377, 405-608-4377. I was taking a look at favorite Christmas movies around the country. Ooh. And it's pretty darn interesting, actually. Would you like to guess what the number one... Did you peek already?
I already looked at this.
Okay,
I was going to tell
saw...
you, I had a realization as I was looking at that. I'm like, oh, cool. The different, movies by state. And then I was looking at something like, who the heck watches, this one? And I'm like, I don't know what state that is.
Like The Nightmare Before Christmas. Why would that... That's not a Christmas movie.
That is absolutely a Christmas movie. It's just Tim Burton-y. But I was looking at that and I'm like, oh, that's cool. They do it in this state. What state is that? Like, I couldn't tell off.
So you're saying I need to give you a geography lesson then, right?
I know geography. I just don't know the places on the map without the name on it.
Okay. Well, my favorite Christmas movie is Christmas Vacation. I like it because I think Clark Griswold is a doofus, and he just kind of reminds me of what I'd be like if I were to take my family on vacation. And so... yeah, because I kind of like the goofy side of things.
Or are we allowed to play Christmas music now? Is it already time?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, there's one station in town that starts playing Christmas music like in Labor Day.
Like they've been playing it since.
Yeah. So Oklahoma, the favorite Christmas movie is Elf.
Elf.
Now, that's the movie that has Will Ferrell, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It is that movie.
All right. Now, another one of my favorite Christmas movies besides Christmas Vacation is Home Alone and Home Alone 2.
Okay. Okay.
All right. And I like the original Miracle on 34th Street, not the new one, but the one that was in black and white and it was kind of colorized. But it's cool because it goes back to an old time and it's the classic.
A simpler time.
The classic version of it. Some people like White Christmas. Some people like A Christmas Carol. I'm kind of bored by those. Like,
I like A Christmas Carol. I've just seen it so many years.
How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Some people like that one.
The one with Jim Carrey's good.
I slept through that entire movie. I took my grandkids when they were little to see that movie. Now, granted, I had driven all night from Denver to get into Oklahoma City, but I snoozed through the entire movie, and they said, you were snoring.
It's I love that movie.
So in Oklahoma, Elf. Our neighbors to the side, Texas, they like Home Alone. It's a Wonderful Life in Kansas. Isn't it weird that things can be different as you border states? Like Scrooged is the #1 movie in Colorado. Nightmare Before Christmas, New Mexico. It's a Wonderful Life in Arkansas. Christmas Vacation in Missouri. Home Alone in Louisiana.
I just want everyone to know that does not tell you what states are what. So is Todd going to get to the strange ones? What is it like in Maine?
In Maine, the #1 movie, let me tell you, is Rudolph.
Rudolph, really?
Mm-hmm.
There's not a lot of people out there.
And if you go to New Hampshire, for example, it is White Christmas. No, I'm sorry. It's Scrooged.
Having trouble with
and
the
then,
map there,
and
Tom?
then Massachusetts is Elf. Christmas in Connecticut, of course, in Connecticut.
Of course.
Miracle on 34th Street in Delaware. Bad Santa in West Virginia. A Charlie Brown Christmas in Kentucky. A Charlie Brown Christmas in South Carolina. A Charlie Brown Christmas in North Carolina. Apparently, the Carolinas, they love them some Charlie Brown Christmas.
Charlie Brown is a Eastern Coast.
Georgia's Home Alone, Alabama's Christmas Vacation, How the Grinch Stole Christmas is Mississippi, Home Alone is Florida, and The Nightmare Before Christmas is in Nevada, California, Arizona, and New Mexico.
Do you not like The Nightmare Before Christmas? I love that movie.
I don't think I've ever seen it. It just, I thought it was, isn't it a horror movie?
No. It's like Tim Burton's take on Halloween. Have you seriously never seen?
I've never seen it.
gosh.
So you're saying I need to see it?
You absolutely need to see it. It's a fantastic film.
Miracle on 34th Street, #1 in Alaska. Don't you know?
Don't you know?
Scrooge, #1 in Hawaii. So, yeah, I'm looking in Nebraska, Christmas Vacation, Christmas Carol in South Dakota, Home Alone, North Dakota, Frosty the Snowman in Montana.
Hey!
The Santa Claus in Idaho.
The Santa Claus?
Scrooged in Washington State. Home Alone in Oregon. Let's look at D.C.
I'm still just baffled that you've never seen The Nightmare Before Christmas.
I haven't because I thought it was a horror movie, and I'm like, why would I want to watch a horror movie at Christmas time?
You got lost by the title. It's not a horror movie whatsoever.
Okay, I promise I will watch it.
Okay.
Because it's on demand.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, it should be. I'm sure it's somewhere.
Okay. I promise I will watch it.
All right. You're gonna have a quiz on this on Friday.
By the way, I've been shopping as I'm moving to a new place next month, and I've been shopping for cable. Besides shopping for cars and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Been shopping for cable. I'm currently with AT&T, and I've been talking to Cox. Well, yesterday Cox had a really good deal.
Mm-hmm.
Their really good deal consisted of they've got all the movie channels for 2 years.
This is sponsored by Cox.
High-speed internet, a $300 Visa gift card.
Wait, $300 Visa gift card?
Yeah, $300 Visa gift card.
I need to cancel mine and re-it up.
You can't do that. It has to be for new customer only.
Watch.
Okay. New customer only.
I'll put it in Stephanie's name.
Call Cox for details. Yeah, you can put it in Stephanie's name.
Just say she just moved
Mhm.
in.
She's got a different last name than you do. But anyway,
she does have a different last name.
So the lady said, "Do you want to pay now?" And I said, "No, I don't want to pay now. I want to pay Friday." And she said, "I said, is the deal still going to be good on Friday?" And she said, "Well, I don't know." And I said, "Well, that's what got me excited about the deal to begin with. So I might as well stay with who I'm with."
I would gladly pay you Tuesday for Cox Internet today. That's their marketing plan. They need to pay me for that.
Oh, jeez, man. So Andrew Lopez back with us. I don't know. Did you get stuck in the boss's office?
Yeah, we were talking to the station manager.
I was going to say, I'm glad you two decided to join us. It's very nice.
Well, no one grabbed us. Hey,
I
come
yelled
on, guys.
like right here 4 times.
We're like, showtime, Andrew, showtime.
And Mark was out there like, put another minute on there. I'm like, that's not how the top of the hour works.
No.
We were politicking.
Like, that's not how that works.
That's great, but see, you're a guest on this show, and then I can take you to the boss's office, and you can politic in the boss's office.
You're stuck with us till 10.
He only allows us 6 to 10 a.m., you see. Okay? That's the way that works. All right.
That's just the way it is.
I want to talk to you about some people that have got me really mad right now. Can I do that? Chris Canada. Can you tell me why I should not be mad at Chris Canada?
If you're Republican and you hold Republican principles, there's every reason in the world to be ticked off at Chris Canada. Chris Canada is a guy that's come out braggingly.
And tell him who you are again.
Oh, my name is Mark Thomas. I'm
Okay.
the current state
In case
committee
you just
man out
joined
of
us,
Canadian County.
Marky Mark, as we like to call him.
Marky Mark and the Funky
Marky Mark.
Bunch. Yep.
Oh my gosh, my daughters call me Marky Mark. You are
Mhm.
just
That's my middle name, Mark.
They don't call you Dad. They call you Marky Mark.
Well,
that's my middle name.
You raised some good daughters, buddy. I'm down
So
for that.
anyway, Marky Mark, Chris Canada to me is a traitor to the Republican Party.
Oh, he's a traitor to a lot of people. You don't even have to be a Republican. If you're somebody that's likes to have open conversation about how government is going to take your money, he's a guy that doesn't think you need to be a part of that. He's a guy that likes to work under the cover of darkness. He said it twice.
Mm-hmm.
He's a guy that ran that House bill, or one of them that ran House Bill 1010XX through under the cover of darkness, with no knowledge of the people that he was going to take money from. And then he had the audacity to come out and tell people that the elected officials within the House that actually took a conservative view, responsible view, and said, we need to look at efficiencies, knowing we have 1.4 billion actually in excess revenue coming down the pike before we pass this thing. He called him a cancer.
Yeah, and Bobby Cleveland was one of them, and several of the others, and they did everything they could to get after real conservatives in the House. They got what they wanted, and now we're stuck with them, and I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that Chris Canada is not reelected.
Well, let me tell you something else. One of the things, you take a turn of events after this. We had Rob in here a little earlier, and he was talking about the leadership in the Senate. Well, the leadership in the Senate, Greg Treat being one of them, came out in the
And
last session.
Greg is my state senator, by the way.
Well, he came out in the last session and said, basically, to paraphrase, that they passed these taxes to relieve the pressure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Now, so basically, we took an opportunity to pass the largest tax increase in Oklahoma history, knowing that we had $1.4 billion of increased revenue coming down the pike for last year, and this year, those collections are increasing even yet. So when Andrew referenced the fact that we had 3 years worth of money available to finance that tax increase, that doesn't even take into consideration this year's increase in revenue that's coming down the pike. So if you put that in perspective, the people in the House and the Senate and the leadership, the Republican leadership that strong-armed the people in the House originally to put this bill forward, and actually told them, we had confirmation from people in the House and the Senate that if they did not vote for this bill, they would make sure that none of those representatives' bills got heard.
How much did John Eccles know, and when did he know it?
I think you knew it all the way down the line.
I mean,
you don't.
That's not public right now, but we're not sure about that.
Okay, so
well, I'm going to comment on it. I think you did. You don't get that deep in leadership and not know what's going on. You don't have the caucus that you do with these guys when they talk about the caucus and not know what's going on. You had leadership in the House that went to representatives and said, if you don't pass this bill and vote in favor of it, we're not going to hear your bills.
Yeah.
That is a denial of representation.
Isn't that kind of blackmail?
Oh,
Yeah.
It's abuse of power. It's corruption of our government.
Major abuse of power. Major abuse of power.
So the people that elected, let's say I elected Andrew to be my state representative. Andrew is going to go and propose something, and because he doesn't play with these guys exactly the way they want him to play, they can say, we're not going to hear your bills. And so I, being a supporter of Andrew and the bill that he wants to propose, we're not thinking about the constituents here. We're thinking about our power.
It's power.
And absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Right. And so what the principle in what you're talking about is a bill should be judged on the base of its merit and what it gets done, not whether or not you're in compliance with leadership.
Let's name more names. Go ahead.
And just pull out the list.
I'm going to tell you, as far as naming names, I don't think we need to name names, but what we need to do is bring into the conversation.
Oh, I think people need to know. People need to know. Who are they? No, they need to know. Who are they?
This is the fact that Chris Kennedy came out brazenly in a New York Times article. You can find it online if you search.
I saw it. It pissed me off.
I'm telling the public.
Okay.
I'm telling the public who's listening right now. You can go on to the New York Times. You can search Google New York Times Chris Kennedy with a K. It's Chris, and then Kennedy is spelled
A-D-Y.
K-A-N-N-A-D-Y. So
His name is not Kennedy. It's Kennedy.
It's Kennedy. So search that and find out what we're talking about, because this is revealing the corruption of our government.
Well, when we're talking about players, we just mentioned Greg Treat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Greg Treat came out recently with what is it?
It's called Loft.
It's called Loft, but what's the Senate bill? Is it
It's Senate Bill 1.
1.
It's the Senate Bill 1.
If y'all want to go read it, if the listeners want to go read it, it's Senate Bill 1. It's referred to in the acronym of Loft. And basically, it's a bill that is going to create yet another government agency under the auspice of finding
government efficiencies.
Yeah, government inefficiencies. And here's what's really curious about that. Andrew and I talked about this a while back on another video. We had leadership that rammed through this House Bill 1010XX. We heard Leslie Osborne stand on the floor of the House twice, and huge appeal. We're $800 million upside down. We didn't have the money. We had to raise taxes. She knew better than that.
Mm-hmm.
On 2 occasions.
That's why she didn't get my vote.
Well, she didn't get mine either, because there's only one of two ways to look at that. She either knew and deceived people, or secondly, she didn't know. And that's incompetent, because the citizens like me and Andrew, we knew the money was coming.
Yep.
We knew it was there.
Yep.
The state the state
state treasurer.
Ken Miller,
Yeah.
State treasurer, was making reports.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
It was public. It was public.
All right, we're going to take a break, guys. We got to do that. Also, our Facebook question is what's her name again? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Is she the dumbest politician in the 21st century?
Cortez.
There you go.
When we come back, after we stop dropping things, we're going to give you the answer to our poll and
We're gonna
continue
drop
with
it like
Andrew
it's hot.
Lopez and Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch next on the Tod Tucker Show. Be right back.
Kitchen looking sad these days? Are you tired of looking at that old, dated bathroom? From rooftops to those unsightly holes in the walls, Complete Contracting has got you covered. Call 405-676-0595 today to schedule an estimate. Once again, that number is 405-676-0595. And remember, Complete Contracting has the contracting expertise for all your renovation and repair needs.
Hello, you! Are you looking for a veteran-owned and operated company on a mission to provide affordable quality firearms gear and training? Well, we've got some friends and fellow warriors over at artillerynation.com that can get you and your troops squared away today. Check them out on Facebook at Artillery Nation LLC or visit artillerynation.com to check out their custom Cerakote projects, firearms training, and t-shirts to show your support for veterans everywhere. Semper.
And welcome back. It's the Tod Tucker Show. Do you remember?
Disco.
Andrew Lopez, Canadian County GOP chair, and Marky Mark, who is I don't know who's the boss of who.
I'm not sure. They're commingling.
Marky Mark and the funky Republican bunch here too.
That's it.
I can pretty well guarantee that if you get away with calling me Marky Mark, you're in charge.
Okay, there you go. All right.
That
there
means
you go.
Frosty's the man. I gave him the name.
Frosty is the man.
Are you-
Okay, so
Frosty in charge.
so let's get to our question. Is Alexandria Ocasio together? Cortez,
Good Lord.
the dumbest politician of the 21st century.
We got a few comments here. As always, Kevin Taylor came on to call me out that I wrote it incorrectly. When I first made it, I said at the end of the 20th century instead of the 21st century. He's like, she was what, 10?
Yeah.
So I always got to give him
All right.
credit.
Thanks, Kev.
Kevin also says Roy Moore is his decision.
Okay. All right.
For the
Well,
worst
deflect.
politician.
That's what liberals do when they can't call out one of their own. They deflect to somebody else's.
Roy-
Okay, keep going.
I'll say Mr. Smalley.
Ralph, you mean Ralph,
Ralph
Shorty?
Shorty, that's it. Not Smalley, not Biggie Smalls.
Maybe he is Smalley. I don't know.
Maybe.
Ask him in prison now. He belongs to Bubba.
One more
Okay.
good liberal in here. Curtis says, what about the 100,000 plus people that voted for her? Not the question, but I also agree.
Well, there are 100,000 plus dumbasses that live in the 14th district of New York. Okay, keep going.
Robert threw some Ocasio-Cortez memes in there. Jim says Hillary. Lloyd just says yes. Lloyd's like all of it.
Yeah,
I trust
yeah,
this station, yes. Mel says back to Clueless. My choice is Maxine Waters. And then Gary says she takes the crown from Sheila Jackson Lee. And that is our Facebook poll.
That's Impeach 45.
Impeach 45.
Yeah, okay. So let's get back to talking about people here in Oklahoma and people. And, you know, this Chris Kennedy thing really has me burned. And then I'm like, what did John Eccles know? When did he know it? And what about the speaker?
Oh,
I mean, well, Charles McCall's the one that denied representation.
that's as we've had it reported to us.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Charles McCall is the one that denied representation.
Right.
Well, that was the threat.
For not, yeah.
For not, okay.
That was the coercive act.
Okay.
Deny
All right.
representation of your constituents or get on the train and ride with us.
Right.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Who's next?
Did we finish Greg Treat?
We did not.
I don't think we
He's
did.
my state senator, so I'm going to sit back and let you go.
We were discussing loft.
Well, we were discussing loft.
What is loft?
It's a new agency.
Senate Bill 1.
Senate Bill 1.
That's just what we need, a new agency. Go ahead.
That's what we need. We need to spend $3 million to fund an agency that says we have to have a special agency to look to efficiencies when the inefficiencies are right in front of our face.
Yeah.
We already know what some of those are. We addressed some of those in our letter.
Yep.
Tom Coburn addressed some of those inefficiencies when at the formation of Oklahoma Taxpayers Unite.
There's 2 agencies that we need to shut down anyway. It's called the Peanut Commission and the Boll Weevil Eradication Commission.
Was that before or after Tom Coburn called me a stud?
Which do you prefer?
I don't care.
Well, you know, it's a real curious thing that now, all of a sudden, after we experienced the biggest tax increase we ever had, because we had to relieve the pressure. Now it's more politically expedient to go back and create an agency that's going to look for the inefficiencies and the duplication and the waste.
Which is what these representatives that were targeted by Chris Candidate, that's what they were calling for back last session.
Yep.
And so now Greg Treat's playing the part of, a conservative champion, right?
So is this a good old boys network? That's what it sounds like to me.
I think that's what Oklahoma's always been.
Well, yes, yeah. I mean, it's not like it's something new because it belonged to the Democrats at one time, but it sounds like the good old boys club has switched over
changed names
to the Republican Party now.
Well, that's a whole nother issue.
And what the hell is Emily Virgin going to do? I mean, as if she's got any brain.
Well, if
she's in leadership too.
Hey, if she can help us right this ship, I'll work with her.
Okay, that's good.
That's what I'll say about that.
She's for infanticide,
And I'm always willing to have a conversation to help change minds and hearts.
She's a big proponent of infanticide. That's my big problem with her.
Well, may God touch her soul.
Amen. So, I think that we've got some very interesting days ahead in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Governor-elect Stitt, I think, is going to come in and he's going to rock the boat.
And if
you're not going to see the same old,
if I could say something, Lieutenant Governor Matt Pinnell has the opportunity to take over the Senate and run it.
Agreed.
Matt, I know you're listening. Okay, I know you're listening, Matt.
Yes, Matt. I voted for you, Matt.
I need you to.
I've been with you from hello, Matt.
I need you to hear me because you have the opportunity to change the state and stop the corruption of the Senate.
Yep.
Please do it. And whoever's listening, call Matt and tell him that this is being said on the radio. Matt Pinnell has the opportunity to stop the corruption of the Senate by taking over as president of the Senate as his rightful position.
Matt, you had me from Ola. I'm just saying. I voted for you. There was nobody else that I was going to vote for. You were it. The governor's race, I was torn. But with Lieutenant Governor, you had me from Ola. And as did Mike Hunter for Attorney General, and I'm excited about that as well.
Well, let me take an opportunity to speak to Matt if he's listening. Matt knows me. We've had an opportunity to speak before, and I'll just say, Matt, it's your time. You need to take advantage of it. You need to do what the job demands you do. And Andrew alluded to it. You go out there and be the leadership in that Senate that it demands. You be the guy that oversees it and makes it work.
All right, guys. Andrew Lopez, Marky Mark, as always, we'll have you back again very, very soon. Thanks for being on the Tod Tucker Show. We're back right after this break.
The Canadian County Republican Party says they weren't surprised to have pushback on a first draft letter to lawmakers, now tweaked and finalized before they return to session. In their words, it's a conversation that needs to be had.
When it violates life, liberty, or property, I have to stand up as an elected official in the party and say our government is getting it wrong.
Andrew Lopez, speaking as chairman of the Canadian County Republican Party, the group behind this letter addressing issues like abortion, property tax, and educational funding. Its original draft stating in part, quote, a better pathway would be to abolish public education, which is not a proper role of government. That exact language no longer in its final version.
We charge property tax to the citizens, and if you do not pay, you lose your property. That means we have zero property rights. It means we're renters in the state of Oklahoma. And that's why we need to eliminate the property tax. Not saying that public education will go away, but we need to find a proper way to fund it if it shall exist.
Ways, he says, like endowments and sponsorships. The group also suggesting legislation would require school districts to direct at least 65% of their annual spend to the classroom.
And really, you need to take that in context and look big picture across the nation. There aren't states that are spending 65% in the classroom.
Sean Heim with the Oklahoma State School Boards Association says that ask is not just vague, but it's been brought up in the past.
It didn't get any traction nationally or in Oklahoma because it's an arbitrary number with no real definition. You have local school boards looking at what they need, and the idea of spending, quote, 65% or 60% or a number in the classroom means what are you going to eliminate? Are you going to eliminate counselors, teacher assistants, assistant principals?
What we're pushing for is to challenge the idea that we just keep pouring money into education without getting down to the finer details and saying, okay, where is this money going? Why isn't education improving?
Moving forward, all parties involved are asking the hard questions.
And how do we improve education in Oklahoma? How do we work with Governor Stitt on his goal to be top 10 in education, for our teachers to be #1 in the region?
At the state capitol, Lely's
Some of the cheapest prices in town, and we've got some specials too. Buy a Glock, get a free range bag while supplies last. AR-15 lower parts kits for $45. Annual ordnance AR-15 rifles for $475. CZ P10 9mm pistols for $459. FN-509 pistols with free magazines and Trijicon night sights for $499. Clip draw concealed carry gun clips for 10% off. That's Cops Gun Shop, located at 416 Hudeberg Circle in Oklahoma City. We're on the web at copsgunshop.net. Cops Gun Shop. Live safe, live smart, and the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun.
Have you been thinking about buying a new cargo or utility trailer? What about a car hauler? Wandering Okie Trailer Sales has the deal for you. Until this Friday, take an additional $250 off any in-stock trailer. Plus, they'll throw in a free spare and a free tongue lock. Wandering Okie Trailer Sales is home of the 8.5 by 20 enclosed cargo trailer with 7-foot interior height and 5,200-pound tandem axles for only $59.95. Don't forget, take $250 extra off that. Wow, what a deal. Go see Wandering Okie Trailer Sales at 9201 South Shields Boulevard in Oklahoma City, or visit them online at okietrailers.com.
Ready to make the change and own a piece of the corp? Producer Service Corp, a premier pressure pumping company, continues to grow and is looking for experienced equipment operators, diesel mechanics, and E-techs. Producer Service Corp, a 100% employee-owned company, offers up to $100,000 annual income potential with great benefits, including your own share of the company. Ready to make the change and own a piece of the corp? Apply online at producerservicecorp.com.
Hey there, I have to start this Carter Chevrolet radio commercial off with a very sincere apology. I'm very sorry. We've been playing
This is how Carter
over and over again for the last few months. I guess the guys got so excited about having a song and music video out, they forgot about sending me a new script. Thanks. Now the guys got a ton of compliments on their performance, and they sincerely thank you. Although, some guy named Jerry thinks this is the most annoying commercial ever. Well, Jerry, Dan gave us a slow clap, and Jim thinks we made a classic, so regardless, I'm apologizing for playing
This is how Carter
on this radio station and causing so many smiles and a few whale faces. So if you're looking for a new or used vehicle of any kind, then we should talk. Until then, we'll be here selling all of them sweet rides. Carter Chevrolet in Okarche, making friends.
Hey, it's Tod Tucker, and our show is on the downhill slide. Tomorrow is hump day already. Can you believe it?
Some would say we've been on the downhill slide for years now, Todd.
That's true, especially this year.
Yeah.
Andrew Lopez, county chair for the state GOP.
Canadian
No,
county.
wait a second. Canadian county. Okay, wait a minute.
He's the
Andrew
New
Lopez,
Mexico
Canadian county. Yes, don't confuse me anymore.
I'm the best Mexico.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, he's the chairman of Canadian County GOP, and you guys have a meeting going on tonight. And
Yes.
also, there's a petition to sign in which I am signing. I
Yes.
have signed.
All right.
I've already signed it, correct?
Yeah, you're by your permission.
Okay, all right, there we
Yeah,
go.
Todd is signing on to our letter to the 2019 state legislature that we're going to be delivering hopefully next week. We're gathering official signatures, and he's going to be one of the official signatures. There it is for everyone watching on Facebook. Todd's signed up with us. So.
I signed.
Yeah, and
Finally, your signature is worth something.
If you go to our Facebook page, there is a change.org online petition. If you want to join the letter publicly, please go to that. It's the first announcement on the page, and please share it. please read the letter and get it out to all your friends. We have our monthly meeting happening tonight where it's a Meet Your Legislators meeting. And so please come out. It's going to be at Cloverleaf Precision in Yukon, and that's 415 East Main at Cloverleaf Precision in Yukon. It's our monthly meeting at 7 p.m. tonight. So please come out, bring your friends. We'll be live on Facebook, and we have a word that OPP, Oklahoma Parents for Parents and Educators for Public Education. There we go. OPP is what we call it. That's rumored that they're going to be showing up at our meeting, so it may turn into a real fun night because they'll probably want to be arguing with us about the letter. So please come out, show your support. If you want to come and get a copy of the letter, I'll have some copies there, and we'll keep rocking and rolling.
Awesome. So tonight, that meeting's going to be going on, so we need to make sure that we get people out there.
Tune on Facebook.
Unless you don't want to go to Yukon.
We'll see you at Henry's Guns this weekend and also at Miller Grill. How about that?
Well, it's going to be state committee meeting this weekend, which is more important stuff.
How early? How early?
It's happening at 10. I'm going to be there early in the morning.
So it's more important than shooting a gun with me. And
you don't want to shoot the gun with Frosty. I'll be there tomorrow.
I know. We're going to be doing some very important things on Saturday. We're going to be making a video about it after we get done.
Keep up the great work, Andrew.
Yeah,
I think Andrew needs to remember where his real loyalties lie. We're very important.
He's forgotten us. He forgot us, but that's okay.
Well, I hope your meeting goes well tonight, my man.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man. Tamale season.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. All right.
We'll have to get you guys over and teach you how to make tamales.
Man,
that would be. I've heard that's a mess. I would love to.
Actually, it's not. You make the masa look like hummus, and then you make your meat taste good. It's not bad.
I already know how to make tamales.
Another high five. Andrew, love you, buddy. Appreciate your friendship.
Later,
love you long time, Tod Tucker.
And we'll talk to you very soon. Okay, you be here too long. You go now.
Miss you.
Your fortune cookie. Okay.
$5.
President Trump expressed skepticism Monday about women and children who join groups of migrants storming the border. And the president said in some cases, they're not the parents. He was asked by reporters about pictures of women and children running away from tear gas deployed by the U.S. border enforcement officials on Sunday. These are people, they call them grabbers, he said. They grab a child because they think they'll have a certain status by having a child, and that is true. Barack Obama, they shot pepper spray back when he was president across the border. The president commented on the incident while speaking to reporters after hosting a roundtable meeting on prison reform in Mississippi yesterday. He went on to question why any parent would take their child to a place where they could be endangered by violence from migrants trying to rush the border. The president said, and I quote, when you know there's going to be potential violence, you know there's going to be tear gas or something, you don't take your child and bring them there, unquote.
Unquote?
President Trump. What?
Yeah, unquote?
In quote, unquote, whatever.
Okay.
Tomato, potato, potato, whatever. President Trump repeated that some migrants travel with minors because they felt it gave them better chances of successfully entering the United States, and I believe that. I believe that. And they are called grabbers. That's exactly what they're called. Where did Coughing Chad go anyway?
He left.
Oh,
he just
he?
snuck out. He said, tell the guys I said bye. I'm like, and I never did.
Oh.
No, I never did.
No, you didn't. So, Frosty Scopes, we've got them. You want them. Frosty's going to tell you exactly what's in your future. Now, we do have a medium coming in tomorrow, right?
We do have a medium coming in.
And then Thursday.
That will be exciting.
Thursday.
Now, she might change it.
You're not letting me finish. No. Thursday. We have Mayor David Holt coming in at 8 o'clock.
He owes me a ride.
Yes, he does. A couple of rides, actually. Okay, so you were talking about the medium?
She's coming in tomorrow, but she may reschedule because I let it slip to the big boss that we were having her in with David Holt because they were scheduled at the same time. But David rescheduled to Thursday, so I don't know if she'll want to reschedule because everyone wants to hang out with the mayor. No one cares about us.
Well, we're going to have her in tomorrow.
All right.
Okay.
I'll let him know. I'll let him know.
Okay.
Are we ready?
I'm ready. Frosty Scopes are on the Tod Tucker Show on 1640 The Eagle.
We got to get in the zone real quick.
Not too long. Boy, that woman at the witchcraft shop is really doing a trick on you.
They're training me. They're training me to read the
Okay,
stars.
let's roll.
Aries, what do you have to lose? The planets are shaking you in the hopes of ridding you of your old objectives to make way for new growth.
My brain's shaking. My brain's shaking.
You feel doubt where once there was only certainty.
I'm feeling doubt now because my brain's shaking.
Aries, leave your spouse. Taurus, you aren't the only one who can solve your problems. Trust that there are others who are capable of understanding. Those who want to help you are motivated only by love with
Dr. Frosty.
no ulterior motives. Taurus, you need friends. Gemini.
Crazy.
You're crazy. Have you noticed how delays seem to occur more often for you? Today will be no exception. Something you've been waiting for has been delayed yet again. Aries, no one wants to hang out with you, so they're biding their time. Crab. Cancer, crab. Get outside and get moving. If you can manage to take the day off, this would be a good time to release some energy. So Cancer, just go outside and play. You need some outdoor time. Leo, the best. Devote your day to your children or partner. No. You may protest that it's too hard to find time to give them the attention they deserve. You don't have time for yourself, much less anyone else. Yes. No, I need me time. Virgo.
There's a woman at the door right now, and she's got a baby that looks an awful lot like you.
She can go to the front desk.
Okay.
Virgo. A friend or family member is slowly poisoning your relationship. A misunderstanding between the two of you will ultimately prove beneficial in the long run. So, Virgo, I suggest that you go and poison them first. Libra. You've been a social butterfly lately. The sociable phase you're currently in demands a great deal of energy. You're attracted to some of your new acquaintances, but irritated by others. Libra, just upgrade to a new model. Go find yourself a little gal pal, little guy pal. Scorpio, your thin skin feels even thinner than usual today. If you happen to witness a violent outburst on the street, at work, or on television, you suddenly become aware of your vulnerability. Scorpio, stay inside. Don't watch action movies. Sagittarius, people sometimes say that you're a little aggressive in your approach. But today, you feel a little tired of leading the charge on the battlefield. Exactly. Stay home, Sagittarius. Capricorn, you may be a bit oversensitive today. It's possible that you will be irritable and conflicted as you begin to suspect that long-term projects may not be finished. I'm sure it's your fault. Aquarius, there's no point in trying to make sense of today. Much of what happens occurs on an unconscious level that defies any rational explanation.
Aquarius.
They're just doing crazy. They're just crazy, regular crazy. Aquarius and Gemini.
My dad's an Aquarius.
I know. And now for Pisces, their favorite of all, Todd.
That's me.
This is a confusing period for all of us, Pisces.
Oh, yes.
But no doubt you've noticed this.
Oh, yes.
In such circumstances, some people become more rigid than ever.
Oh, yes.
Because they resist dramatic change.
Yes.
And that's you. You need to get less rigid.
I need to kick him in the butt.
Kick him in the butt. And that's Frosty Scope.
Frosty Scope on 1640 The Eagle and the Tod Tucker Show. Yeah, call 405-608-4377. We're going to take a break, and we're back with the final 15 minutes right after this. Don't you go nowhere. You're going to be in big trouble, boy.
Is your kitchen looking sad these days? Are you tired of looking at that old, dated bathroom? From rooftops to those unsightly holes in the walls, Complete Contracting has got you covered. Call 405-676-0595 today to schedule an estimate. Once again, that number is 405-676-0595. And remember, Complete Contracting has the contracting expertise for all your renovation and repair needs.
Hello, you! Are you looking for a veteran-owned and operated company on a mission to provide affordable quality firearms gear and training? Well, we've got some friends and fellow warriors over at artillerynation.com that can get you and your troops squared away today. Check them out on Facebook at Artillery Nation LLC or visit artillerynation.com to check out their custom Cerakote projects, firearms training, and t-shirts to show your support for veterans everywhere. Semper.
Don is awesome. OK2A is awesome, as you all know. He is great to work with at the state capitol. Yes, I am one of the senators that gets the opportunity to run the legislation, but it's great to have support from people like you to be able to advance those liberties and work to protect those liberties. So thank you all for coming out. To the media that came out here, appreciate you all coming as well. I would like to ask a question, though, to the media and those that are here. What if you all had to actually go through a background check and pay a fee and go through all these hoops to exercise the freedom of the press that is guaranteed in the Constitution, like we all have to do to exercise our Second Amendment right? Or to the protesters across the street here at our rally with your First Amendment, we fully support your ability to exercise your First Amendment right. But what if you had to actually pay a fee, go through a background check, do all these things to exercise your First Amendment rights? Why is the one right that says shall not be infringed the one that is infringed upon the most? It's not right. Government should not be infringing upon our right. The proper function of government is outlined in the Declaration of Independence. It says that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. That is the core absolute function of government. It is
Welcome back. The Tod Tucker Show is on. Did you know that NASA's InSight spacecraft successfully touched down on Mars?
It's at Mars.
Man, that's pretty cool, isn't it?
It's pretty cool.
Taking a look at the red planet.
The red world.
They put on Twitter, at NASA InSight spacecraft stuck the hashtag Mars landing. The space agency, as I said, wrote that on Twitter. It's a beautiful, man, it's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Have you ever had any desire in your life to be an astronaut, or has
no.
any of that ever interested you at all?
No. Space is very dangerous.
You think space is more dangerous than
Yes.
Hey, here's another thing. They've got plans to sail Noah's Ark to Israel.
Sail it?
Mm-hmm.
It still exists?
Yes.
Is it like in a museum somewhere?
Well, here's the deal. You've got a devout Christian businessman, and he built a huge vessel which has already sailed on Holland's Maas River, or Moss River. I'm not sure exactly how you pronounce it. Is it Moss River?
I think it's Moss.
Okay.
Anyway.
And then I've got this pop-up ad that came up, but it's really cool. I mean, Noah's Ark is humongous. As you can imagine, if you're going to have every animal 2x2, then but they're looking to sail it to Israel. I'm just fascinated by things like that.
Are you?
Uh-huh.
Is something new and exciting?
This guy said that his preferred destination for the Ark is Israel. He said this is a copy of God's ship. It only makes sense to take it to God's land. Of Israel, he said, I love the land, I love the country, I love the people. They don't obey, they do what they want, they drive like mad, shove while waiting in line, and don't listen to anyone, just like me.
Don't listen to nobody.
Have you seen the picture of Noah's Ark here?
I'm sure it's big.
Oh, it's massive.
It's just a big boat.
It's massive.
It's just a big boat.
Of course, Noah's Ark appeared in Genesis, and that's where God purged the world of all its evils.
That was back when God was a really mean guy.
God was never mean, Frosty. It was man's choice to be mean. It was man's choice to do what they're not supposed to do. It had nothing to do with God.
Once upon a time,
God just gave you a choice. God just let you have the choice to be good or bad.
That's Old Testament stuff. God used to be a bit of a jerk. Just saying.
Okay, it's election day in Mississippi, and we've got GOP's Senator Hyde Smith leading Democrat Mike Espy, who worked for the Bamster administration, beating by 10 points in the Mississippi Senate runoff election, 54 to 44%. And President Trump went to Mississippi yesterday. He held a meeting on prison reform, was in Tupelo, the birthplace of Elvis Presley.
Elvis Presley.
Oh, Christmas without you.
You know, I made a joke earlier that Justin Bieber was more influential than Elvis Presley.
Mm-hmm.
And Bobby Cleveland immediately sent me a text,
Mm-hmm.
and he was very angry.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, Justin Bieber's the voice of a generation, Todd.
Justin Bieber is a voice of a generation. He absolutely is. He's got a lot of talent, and Justin Timberlake's another one. A lot of talent.
What about Seacrest? We love
Ryan.
Seacrest.
Ryan Seacrest makes me want to vomit.
I love that all those years of music radio, you have such a high opinion of like a low opinion. Like you're very opinionated
because
about
Ryan
him.
Seacrest Ryan Seacrest got his job by
Don't say
probably some kind of favors to somebody to put him on. I mean, the guy looks like he belongs up in the Keebler elf tree making cookies.
Okay.
It's Christmas cookie time, Ryan Seacrest. It's also Christmas time. You need to go to the North Pole and start building toys, man. That's where all the elves are this time of year.
I know it's a little off topic. I just love how much you hate Ryan Seacrest.
Can't stand him. I cannot stand Ryan Seacrest. Does anybody else agree with me? I cannot stand Ryan Seacrest. Hey, hit me up on Facebook right now if you can't stand Ryan Seacrest.
Everyone
cannot
call
stand
in.
that guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not.
He's got no talent. I mean, the thing is if you're going to put somebody in a position of authority, where you're with stars and things like that, I mean, you can find somebody better looking, you can find somebody more talented, and they just kind of reached up in the elf tree and pulled down Ryan. It's like, the low-hanging fruit right here.
It's
And they pulled him down. And you know what he is? He's a Fig Newton, and I hate Fig Newtons. They didn't even take the right kind of cookie out of the elf tree.
What a colorful metaphor we have here.
I can't stand Fig Newtons. Do you like Fig Newtons?
They're good.
They're disgusting.
I like Fig Newtons. They
They
got
are
like that little
disgusting. Squishy
bit
fruit.
of apple or something.
I do not like squishy fruit.
Like Nutri-Grain bars. That's a Fig Newton.
I do like Nutri-Grain bars, but I
just a
can't.
Fig
No,
Newton.
no, it's not a Fig Newton because fig is something disgusting tasting.
Like a fig fruit.
I don't like raisins. I don't like dates. I don't like anything squishy.
I don't know why.
ugh.
Raisins are great. Like
Raisins are like rabbit droppings.
You used to make fun of me because I ate what's that? It's the cornflake cereal with raisins.
The Raisin Bran. Yeah, I'm like, why are you ruining your cereal with raisins?
I know.
I mean,
it's
come
great.
on now.
It's just like a burst of sweet in your mouth.
Ugh.
Just a burst.
Then get it Fruit Loops. Get Lucky Charms.
That's too much sweet. You just need a little burst.
I'll tell you what's really good. You want really good cashy blueberry cluster cereal.
Cashy blueberry cluster.
Yes,
that sounds like a
cashy
cereal.
Blueberry cluster cereal is so good.
That sounds like a cereal that costs like $5 a box.
It does cost
Yeah,
$5
I'm
a
not-
box, but it's
refuse to
awesome
spend that
and it
much.
keeps you regular.
It keeps
So
you
that it
regular.
keeps you regular.
Well, I don't have that problem yet because I'm not 100, so I don't need to.
You
worry
don't
about
have to
that
be
just
100
yet.
to have problems being regular, Frosty. I mean, you think you attribute everything to age, and everything is not attributed. Everything is not attributed to age.
Well, I'll let you know I'm real regular. Real regular.
Let's go to Baptist Hospital right now, and I bet we'll go and visit some people your age that are laid up in the hospital right now. And you can go, oh, you're here because you're old.
Are they regular though?
They are if they're eating cashy blueberry cluster cereal.
This segment is sponsored by Cashy Blueberry Cluster Cereal.
And
The
Cox-
lovely taste of
and
blueberry.
Cox Communications.
And we did plug Cox
we
earlier.
gave them and Henry's Guns and Ammo.
Yeah, but they advertise. They can do anything they
Yeah,
want.
Henry's Guns and also Miller Grill. We hit them all.
Also, the Canadian County Republican
The
Party.
the Canadian County Republican Party, and
Rob Standridge.
and we're gonna learn how to make tamales, which I'm pretty excited about.
I already know how to make tamales. Stephanie's made me make them for her before.
She knows how to make tamales.
She knows how to make tamales.
Really?
You forget I just have a little Mexican girlfriend and she just does everything.
Yeah, but I didn't realize that she knew how to make tamales. I mean,
she makes tamales. She made cow tongue last week, and that was different.
Dude,
It's actually
stop,
delicious.
Stop,
It's
stop.
delicious.
Do not say another word about it. or
It's
I'm gonna
called.
have to- I'm going to get up and walk out of here.
I can't remember what it's called.
I'm going to
It
get
starts
up and
with a
walk out of
T.
here. I can't deal with that.
You do you. I'm going to go find what it's called.
I'm going to get up and walk out of here if you say one more thing about a cow's tongue.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Not a word.
All right.
Not a word. Man, this show has gone to hell in a handbasket really, really fast. It's a good thing it's almost 10 o'clock. By the way,
Lingua.
We've got Ben Shapiro coming up at 10 o'clock. Don't forget, coming up at 11 o'clock, it is the man, Alex Jones. And then Dave Ramsey is going to tell you how to be responsible with your money because Lord knows I can't be.
It's a good thing you listen to him every day.
Joe Pags does afternoons. I do learn a lot from Dave Ramsey from listening to him.
Yeah, I like Joe Pags a lot.
You want to hear Dave Ramsey? Ask me how I'm doing.
How you doing?
Better not deserve. What's up?
Oh, well, I just, hang on. How do I do this? I was just calling. I just bought a new $50,000 car, and
You what?
and I work part-time at McDonald's.
You dummy.
I bring in about $1,000 a month. So I was
Lord bless you, young man, but you are the dumbest person that has called into my show in a long time. What is wrong with you, kid? Has your parents not taught you nothing?
Well, I bought it brand new. I figured I could just sell it anytime I want.
Do you understand the depreciation of a brand new car, boy?
Yeah.
I mean, what is wrong with you? How much do you think you're going to be able to sell it for? You know, cars depreciate, they don't appreciate. What are you thinking?
Well, I figured I just bought it for $50,000. I'll sell it next
Why
year.
didn't you take the $50,000 and put it down on a townhouse or something, some kind of real estate?
You'd probably be saying save money first, then invest.
We're probably going to get a call today, and they're going to say, hey, Dave Ramsey would like for you to fill in whenever he's on vacation because you're pretty good at chewing people out.
I'd have to be standing behind, because I know your choices in money. I'd have to be standing behind you telling you what to say.
Oh, yeah, you definitely
I already
would,
know that.
because I'm an impulsive buyer.
Me and you had a nice conversation about your car buying habits yesterday.
Yeah, that's not going so well.
You're still working on that one.
Yeah, that's not going so well.
I feel like I need to go with you and look over your shoulder.
I'm getting ready to go and buy a bicycle is what I'm getting ready to do.
Do it. Buy a little Honda bike.
I'm not going to ride a scooter. My mom, I'm telling you, my mom would roll over in her grave if I ever
She don't like
ever
scooters?
thought it. No,
What's wrong with
nothing to do
scooters?
with motorcycles at all.
Scooters are fun though. They're just like 150 cc or something.
Yeah, and it's only going to be 20 below zero in December. They were talking last night. I heard them talking about the fact that winter is going to be like there's that jet stream, and that jet stream thing's going to be let loose, and then winter's going to be unleashed, and we're going to get really cold.
It's the chemtrails, man. It's turning the frogs gay.
Yeah,
Brought to you by Alex Jones.
We're hitting the whole. Joe Pags is on after Dave Ramsey, by the way. And don't forget, Ben Shapiro's on at night in his entirety. But we've got a great lineup here on 1640 The Eagle, starting with us in the morning.
We are the bet. We start the day. We start right after Red Eye Radio.
And then we've got Red Eye Radio, which is also an awesome program. So we want to make sure that you're always locked into 1640 The Eagle. By the way, if you want to know how to get us, you can get us on the mobile app. People are saying, you've got an app? Yes, we've got an app. It's in the iTunes and Google Play Store. So you can get it for iOS or for your Android device. And
if you're having trouble with that, go to our Facebook page at it's KZLS
AM
or KZLS AM on Facebook.
.com.
It's on Facebook, and you can use this app. Use the app.
Actually, we're KZLS 1640 AM. Yes, on
Facebook, and it's got a little use the app button. I'll take you straight to it.
But if you want to search us and get us on Facebook, you can also just put 1640 The Eagle, and it'll come up that way.
There you go.
Okay?
We're everywhere,
and so that way you can pick us up wherever we are and make sure that you're listening to us. Tomorrow's show, we've got a medium coming in, and I don't know what to expect. I'm a little freaked. I've got to admit to you, I'm a little freaked out about it.
Are you? You a little nervous?
Yeah. They don't tell you your future, right? They just tell you.
They talk to dead people.
Oh, okay. Well, tomorrow we're going to be talking to dead people here on the Tod Tucker Show. And don't forget, on Thursday, Mayor David Holt. God bless you. God bless America. God bless Oklahoma. Remember, the heart of the wise inclines to the right, the heart of the fool to the left. Ecclesiastes 10:2. We'll see you tomorrow.
And we love you.
KZ.